everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site, gracestrega.com. Also, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We are moving into it's an intense new moon. There's nothing there, and the thing about it is it's clean slate energy. It's the best way I can describe the new moon that we're coming into. I just wrote a whole article about it that you can find over on the stack. And one of the things we have to understand, and we've been kind of continuing through this energetically, is that there's something very intriguing that is going on right now astrologically. And the way to understand now, and it's not the fact that we haven't had a lot of planets in Aries. In fact, like I want to say that we've, there's like the last year or so, we've been seeing a lot of activity specifically in the house of Aries. But there's something very important to notate that is potentially happening right now with the volume of planets that are in Aries that is relevant to the planets that are not. Okay? Now, the first thing I want to say, and I want you to be mindful of this, is we're not in an eclipse cycle. Okay? We're not in an eclipse cycle. And you have to remember, I don't read things astrologically. I read them energetically. I often look to the astrology to get reference points in terms of what I'm seeing energetically. Some of this energy right now, I would not be surprised if you tell me it feels somewhat eclipsy in here. Now, why does it potentially feel eclipsy? Because you have to understand that we often experience during eclipse processes are amplification points. It's the energy that feels like all of the energy effectively intensifies. Now, you have to understand that we're going into a new moon right now, and there are a lot of planets in Aries, including Mars. So Mars is in their own house. So when you think about that, it's the amplification of the Mars energy or the Aries energy, which often, here's the thing about it, Aries energy is intense. Just the quality by which it exists is intense energy. So we've got the intense energy, right? We've got that intense energy that is coming through during the new moon that we've got coming up on Friday, with a lot of other planets that are also in that house. So that is positive as it relates, good things to do with energy like this, pushing through ideas, right? Breaking through in terms of concept, working through the concept or the aspect of creativity, having difficult conversations, breaking ground on things, right? It's a beautiful energy for new beginnings or to fortify something that you have been working upon. What is it not? Okay? What is it not good for? And this is going to be a public service announcement right now. It's not to say that you can't be argumentative. Okay? It's not to say that you can't be energetically provocative. But what you want to make sure that you're not doing right now is allowing your frustration to get in the way of getting something done. Okay? This is the same energy that potentially allows us to kind of facilitate breakthroughs or to work through uncomfortability, is also the same energy that can sometimes create, right, moments of frustration and limitation that make it hard to see things. And I'm going to say that, I'm going to keep on talking about this for the duration of the time that we've got Jupiter in Cancer. Because the thing about it is Jupiter in Cancer is big risk, big reward energy. Okay? It's the understanding and the recognition of being, and especially with the observation that we also have Uranus that is still moving through Taurus and is about to enter into Gemini, right? It's the understanding that the ability to find a deeper sense of stability is by stepping out of one's comfort zone, right? It's like it really is kind of like the only way out is through mentality energetically. And Jupiter in Cancer asks us to dive deeper into things, right? But not, right, dive deeper into things, but not to get quagmired or stymied by our own frustrations and limitations. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to begin by talking about what's going on right now with the energy in solitude. Now, the energy in solitude has effectively been coming together. These are the world partnerships, and we've been identifying them as world partnerships because since the time of about the Capricorn new moon that we experienced on January 18th up until the present, a lot of the messages that we've been seeing that have been happening have been focused upon the same work that we see that is identified in the world card of the tarot, which again, if you'd like to find out more about that card, I've got a whole class on it that you can find over on the stack. But it's building into things carefully, right? It is the opposite. It's the opposite energy of the Fool card, right? It's taking uncomfortable, slow approaches to things that allow for a deepened sense of understanding and growth, right? It's that work that we do. It's the work that we do in being uncomfortable that allows us to find new comfortability. And it's not easy. It's very frustrating. I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're navigating, right, discomfort, particularly in the realms of finding things that you're getting more confident upon. For a lot of these relationships too right now, one of the things that we identify is this is either, and I just want to bring this up, with the energy I'm seeing that's been happening since that full moon in Libra up until this new moon period, I would not be surprised if some energy in solitude is contending with working through some volatile feelings in relationality to the past. And why do we potentially see that? Because one of the big things that we've been identifying that's happening for some of the energy in solitude right now is being able to identify and recognize the sentiment that is pervasive, the sentimentality that's always there in experiences versus the mind's tendency to try to wrap sentiment upon experiences that have traumatized the self. So for a lot of the energy that's potentially working through that, the ability, like potentially going through a weird period in their own healing journey, where they're recognizing the mind trying to wrap sentiment around something that they know they have no sentiment upon, even that observation may be feeling like a breakthrough because it's helping the energy to understand the way that their own mind works in a deeper fashion by being able to see, right, the sentiment that rings true. And the sentiment that rings true is the sentiment that was there at the time by which a memory was formed versus the mind's quality or tendency to try to wrap trauma with sentiment over time in order to make it easier to energetically carry forward. So there may be some experiences right now by which energy is either navigating that in their healing journey or experiencing another person trying to fix something by reminiscing upon it. And so we see that for a lot of the energy, understanding that the deep valuation point of this new moon energy is that reminisce doesn't fix anything, right? Reminiscing does not fix anything, because reminiscing is the song of singing about the fact that the past was the manifestation goal. And for a lot of the energy that was not building into a satisfaction point in terms of what they were experiencing in unhealthy relationship cycles, that may be allowing for closure to occur that is deepening or fortifying their own sense of healthy direction. Now, this is also potentially what is facilitating new relationships that are forming right now via the observation of building into conversation with new counterpart that potentially explores the past as reference, not reverence, because we observe that when another has an inability to talk about the past, it often speaks upon the fact that one is not fully healed from it. Now, this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union. And for a lot of these relationships, these are what we were identifying as moon relationships, because they were working or focusing on a lot of the same lessons that we see that are represented in the moon card of the tarot. And they were coming together between the time of January 18th, so that Capricorn new moon energy that we discussed, up until that Uranus first going retrograde, which happened back in September 6th of 2025. These relationships, I'm going to call it right now, I would not be surprised if there are relationships that during this period, between the period that we're seeing right now, between this, the period we're seeing right now between the full moon that we just experienced and the new moon, deepening partnership connections. I would not be surprised if there's some energy right now that are potentially moving towards proposals or moving into a deepening of an energetic connection in a big way, specifically and particularly because for a lot of these relationships, the moon relationships are healing right now by way of being in a partnership that feels fully comprehensive, that feels like it has the space to encompass all aspects of the self. And even in that modality and the experience of working through that, there may be a lot of feelings that are coming up around the past. But the feelings that are coming up around the past is the ability to see what was missing in unhealed relationship dynamics, potentially unhealed relationship dynamics that did not feel that they could hold the purpose that another person has without trying to separate or split the individual in the relation from their sense of purpose. Because we see that when we are able to be in healthy relationship, there's no segmentation between one's purpose and the self, because the purpose and the person are one and the same. So we see that that's why these relationships may be moving into deeper partnership relationships right now, because they are relationships that are being facilitated on full comprehension on what it takes to be fully held. Not to say that there aren't some emotions that are coming up, but the emotions that are coming up are potentially being cleared just as quickly, because it's the observation of finding a holistic relationship that is allowing one to feel them. Now, this brings us to the relationships that are deep within divine union right now, and those are those temperance partnerships. They were coming together. They were focusing on the lessons of the temperance card in the tarot. They were coming together between the time of that Uranus stationing retrograde in September 6th up until the solstice period that we had over the summer around June 21st of this summer, past summer. These relationships are potentially going through the hardest energy that we're seeing right now, but not necessarily entirely difficult, because we see that there may be some bickering that is occurring right now, but I keep on getting bickering is bettering. And the reason we see that there's something healthy and restorative in relationality to the bickering that we're finding in those partnerships is the observation of understanding what it means to polish a direction. So the ability to try to energetically polish a direction that they're moving in, and recognizing that they have the same manifestation goals, they know the same direction that they want to go into, but they might have slightly different opinions in relationality to how to get there. We see that that is the energy that is potentially going back and forth in some modality or experience in relationality to things of that nature. But even in the space by which they're bickering, it's healing, because it's understanding that a healthy relationship can fortify active conversation. It's reaffirming the fact that healthy relationships have arguments too. It's healthy to argue, because when you argue, it indicates the fact that there's something that is important to you. We also see that there's something deeper that's potentially occurring there, specifically in relationality, to working through circumstances or experiences by which energy with deep within divine union right now are healing some qualities or tendencies of hyper independence, with the observation that hyper independence is often formed in experiences wherein in trauma spaces by which the energy surrounding the self is not necessarily reliable. So that's why we see that for a lot of those relationships, it may feel like they're doing mutual work, which is both working through healthy, active conversation, argumentation that leads to better plans, as well as situations or circumstances where they are observing how their hyper independence is something that they're working to heal and to change into interdependence, specifically and particularly because hyper independence is often created or forged in the space by which we don't feel the reliability of the energy that is surrounding the self. So there's a lot of healing there, and it's taking time, but it's working through the space by which they're understanding that their trust is being reformed. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be this week on Friday, April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, as well as the opportunity of receiving a personalized mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and giving you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedules and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically. I just wrote one recently on navigating this new moon that we've got coming up. You can find it over there right now if you want to get some insights in terms of how to utilize this energy most effectively. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my students who are seeking. Also, I'm very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you, because it is going to hit everybody a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, please, guys, thank you so much. Please thank our mod, K. Megan, for being in here today. Guys, good to see you, K. Meg. And if you're joining us across the other apps, please remember, you can also get on our list today via my tree that is linked in my bio. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there will also entitle you to the same benefits that we identified as for subscribers and super fans. And I would like to be able to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos. And for that, I'm going to need a little bit of your help, friends. If you can make sure to take some time today to head over to the place where we keep the photos that starts with an INSTA. Make sure to give me a follow there, comment followed. I'll be able to thank you by giving you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share the live with 3 friends, comment, share, and I'll be able to give you that affirmation as well. Thank you so much, Milkabadi, for your hellos to you today over on the place where we keep the videos. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Grand Rising, good to see you today, Stella. How you doing, Kirby? Good to see you today, and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yes, Stella, I'm happy to put you on the list. I've got you on the list first, so you'll be the first. The list we have right now is Stella and Per. Grand Rising, Ro, good to see you. How you doing today, K. Megan? I know the energy's wild right now. And thank you as well. Adam, thank you for joining us, and thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's right now if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. And good to see you today. Welcome, Adam. Good to see you. How are you doing? And thank you as well, Ella, for reposting. How are you doing today, dear? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, Per. Good to see you, and thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the 2nd person read for. And thank you, Per, for sharing the live as well, and thank you for those heart me's. Listening while you work. We love it, Ella. Good to see you. You had the most terrifying dream ever still in your head. Well, if you'd like, again, I don't want to trigger you, but you know, obviously, if you would like to get on the list and do a dream interpretation on it, I'm happy to do a reading on it. But I will point out, I'm going to tell you, there's been a lot of shadow work dreams. Like, I'm just telling you collectively, a lot of the dreams that we've been doing right now or have been coming through have been shadow work dreams. So that I'm not, I mean, I would wish I could say I was surprised to hear it, but I'm not, given this energy. It's a combination of the fact that we've got so many planets in Aries right now, but also the fact that Jupiter's in Cancer. I got you, dear. Excellent. And guys, please thank K. Megan for all of their help today. My anger and frustration. Oh, again, you know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say right now. Okay? Don't let anger or frustration move you off of direction right now. I know how difficult that is. And again, I wish I could say it's going to ease up. We've got an Aries new moon coming up. Okay? So just be conscientious of it. Grand Rising, Little Luster. I got you on the list, Per. Welcome, Bridget. You got a wild dream too. Okay, we're going to maybe we'll do a dream day. Everybody, but get on the list with your dreams. I love doing dream interpretations. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, friends, as I mentioned, happy hump day. Right back to you as well, Bridget. Okay, so just a reminder, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list for today, absolutely Wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards, no dream interpretations for me today. No pressure, Kay. If you don't want to have one, that's okay too. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Did you want to get on the list, Kay? I'm happy to add you to list. I didn't see that you, I must have missed it that you asked to get on. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's not a problem. So the list we have right now is Kay, Megan, Stella, and Per. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. Before we continue, or before we get started today, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Hold on a minute. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bear. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after we start the daily collective. And as I mentioned, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. And if you are on the hold list and would like to get added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date. If you could let me know the date of, hold on a moment. If you could let me know the date of when you are added to the hold list, I'll be happy to add you back as well. Excellent. Absolutely. We can definitely do that, Kay. Can I get 1 card for Kay, please? I mean, it feels to me, I mean, I feel like this is not, I don't feel like this is something by which they give something to them. Like this is saying to me, like, I feel like this is someone being respective of not wanting to, like, I almost, like, I keep on hearing someone like not going, like, no, like stirring the pot is what I see. But it does feel like, I feel like it's somebody who like feels reaffirmed in terms of knowing something, you know, like especially, I feel like I see somebody that almost feels like they can recognize the fact that you and another person are caught between a rock and a hard place. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, owl. You know, like I feel like there's like I feel like there's something about that there by which like I want to put it this way. Like it feels like they understand the pressure that you and another person are under, and the space of not wanting to, like the space of not wanting to like put, and I feel like they're very protective over both of you, like someone very protecting over both of you, and the space by which they trust you in terms of trusting your judgment on things is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. Absolutely. All right, as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. If you want to get on the list right now, the list is open. If you are on the hold list, simply let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back. And also, please remember, we've got 2 giveaways we're doing right now. The first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. For those who are joining us on the clock out, we are already at 3.1. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. That said, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update today. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, and I get the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today are, the cards not went out, Queen of Wands in its reversal, in combination with the Chariot card in its reversal. All right, let's get into it. Here's the thing about it. You have to recognize and identify. We're going to talk a little bit about coming into this new moon energy, because the thing we have to recognize is that the thing about Aries energy is a little bit goes a long way. A little bit goes a long way. When we have a lot of Aries energy, it can feel like things are happening that can feel very, very, like a lot of that burst energy or things that are happening very quickly or very suddenly. It's like activate, 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 activate. I don't want you getting frustrated at yourself right now. Okay? Don't get frustrated if it feels like you're not activating fast enough, because the thing you have to recognize about this energy right now is, the thing about it I like to point out is that constant repetition leads to a deeper sense of finesse. Constant repetition leads to finesse, and that doesn't mean that, and you have to understand, finesse does not mean heavy lifting. It's not the modality by which one feels energetically stressed because everything, when everything is happening all at once, the feeling or the frustration that you can't navigate everything exceptionally. But the modality by which you recognize that one is able to do something as well as one can, and the ability to move through things smoothly. Finesse, I want you to remember this as you're going through energy like this. Finesse does not stress. Finesse does not stress, which means that when you're working through something, right, then the ability to effectively move through it smoothly is the gift that we energetically give to one another, right? It allows for that, and I want to point this out too. The way that we do that, and I like to point that, like, finesse is also something that happens collectively, right? So it's not just the fact that we do that for ourselves, but the ability by which we bring that towards situations and circumstances. Now is not the time to get up in your feels about things. And the way I want to describe this is, when I say get up in your feels, it's because we're not supposed to get up in our feels, right? We're supposed to express our feels. And when we get up in our feels, okay, when we get up in our feels, nobody can find us. Have you ever noticed that? Have you ever noticed that when you get up in your feels, nobody knows where you are or what's going on, right? Because when you get up in your fields, then it makes someone else try to have to climb to find you. And I want you to kind of remember that, because often the space by which we work through is by being able to articulate how we feel about things, the ability to express outwards that allows us to go deeper inwards. So this type of energy right now, as I mentioned before we started the podcast, it's beautiful. It's beautiful in working through uncomfortability as it relates to outwardly expressing, right? Working through how difficult it sometimes can be to put words to things, particularly things that are energetically ineffable. This is a continuation of the work that we're effectively seeing that is resulting in terms of coming out of Pluto in Capricorn. Pluto in Capricorn took a lot out of us. And the reason is and the best way I want to describe this is what were we going through during Pluto and Capricorn cycle? It's a desire to put everything in little boxes, right? And the thing about it is there's no boxes that can contain the whole sum of the self, right? And the space by which, when you're trying to put things in little boxes, then you will come across a miracle that defies definition, and you will energetically ignore it, or you'll move past it because it's energetically anomalous to anything that you've seen before, right? And this is what's different that we see that's happening in relationality of some of this Pluto and Aquarius energy, which is understanding that what makes us unique makes us energetically precious, right? But I feel like we're still going through, right? We're still going through a lot of that rigorous energy in terms of working through a lot of the trauma that may have been formed when Pluto was in Capricorn. Now, in relationality to, and I want to describe this as well, because, and I feel like in a way, some of the energy in solitude right now is identifying or working through that. Specifically in the state or in the space by which the energy, and I want to describe this, because I'm just going to walk you through what I see some of the energy in solitude recovering from right now. I feel like there's some energy that is in solitude right now, recovering from a relationship that made them feel perpetually out of place, right? Healing from relationship dynamics by which another person could not handle, right? And I like to point this out. The only difference between the word weird and unique is the modality by which another person energetically appreciates difference, right? Because the homogeny or the typicalness that we often see that is expressed, and you have to understand this, the greatest relationship you've ever been in will be like no relationship you've ever been in before. The greatest relationship you've ever been in will be like no relationship you've ever been in before. So again, if these were situations, and I want to point this out, if these are situations by which another person is healing, and I want to describe this from a relationship by which another person was injuring the person that they were in relationship with by perpetually summoning, right? Perpetually summoning the memory of the relationship that they had before. This is why a lot of those relationships are in the act of recovery, because when another person is constantly summoning the memory of the past instead of building into the present, it basically broadcasts to the person that they're with that there's somewhere else that they would prefer to be. This is why over reminiscing in relationships can be so devastating and damaging, because it's the silent broadcast that one is articulating at every moment that says, that's where I would prefer, right? Like that's where I would prefer to be right now. And so that's why we see, and I want to point this out, the reason that this is important is because I see some energy right now that is recognizing that they're becoming another person's reminisce point. And what does it mean when we become another person's reminisce point? There's some energy that's always on the threshold of relationship, energy that is never ready to fully energetically commit to partnership. And instead of being able to commit to partnership, what are they effectively doing? They're caught too much in the past, right? And the ability of understanding when you don't recognize the mind's quality of potentially putting, we've been talking about this, putting sentimentality around trauma, then it often creates a space by which you move away from something and you find yourself developing a fondness for something that you never energetically felt at the time that you were in it. So the energy that sometimes, and you have to understand this, and this is why it's so important to recognize this, some energy becomes enamored with that process. They become enamored with the lacquering that occurs with a bad memory that slowly transforms into a good one, which is why the energy perpetually stays on the threshold of partnership, because it's the space by which they go through an experience by which they were not energetically satisfied, but then as they move away from it, the mind makes it brilliant, right? The mind is sitting there and it's wrapping it in sentimentality to protect the self from it. And the observation of recognizing that, when one doesn't recognize it, then one builds into the over sentimentality of an experience by which one never felt energetically sentimental when one was within. And further, this is why that becomes so damaging, because it's often the space by which energy like that tries to go back to a past situation with a false memory of what it felt like to be within it, right? And so that space by which somebody is navigating another person's false memory is often the space by which we see is occurring right now for some of the energy in solitude, working through the context by which another person is being overly sentimental upon a situation or circumstance that another person is actively trying to recover from. And so that observation is potentially providing clarity to some energy that felt like they were constantly being undone in partnership by a counterpart that would not stop summoning the memory of the past relationship by which that same lacquering occurred, the same space by which they were getting overly sentimental for sentimentality that was never there in the experience of being within it. And so even in the modality by which that's happening, this is the energy that is potentially moving forward with the energetic confirmation of the difference in manifestation goals. Because when another person articulates, this is why we talk about the fact that reminiscing doesn't fix things, because when another person reminisces upon something that we were never energetically happy in, or we never found harmony in, we discover that that was there perfect. That is the discovery of the fact that one did not share the same manifestation goal at the time of being within an energetic experience. So I feel like there's a lot of potential frustration that is coming up for some of the energy going through that, but at the same time, confirmation, frustration and confirmation as they proceed forward into stabilizing partnerships with clear and authentic manifestation goals, stepping out of the comfort zone, potentially taking that, having that observation of being able to articulate upon what it is that they mean and what it is that they're energetically seeking in relationship. Now, this is bringing us to those are the energies in solitude. So those are the relationships that have been coming together since about the time of the Capricorn new moon up until the present. Now, the moon relationships, center card for today's spread, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to just call it. I've got the Eight of Swords here in its reversal. I would not be surprised right now if there are relationships that are moving deeper into union. This is a time, I'm going to say it right now, the time right now between that Libra full moon we had and that Taurus new moon energy, new proposals, deepening of connections, deeper established relationships. And why do we see that? Because these are the moon relationships are building into the relationship by which another person feels fully comprehended. Right? Fully comprehended. And why do they feel fully comprehended? Because the full comprehension that they're potentially finding in those partnerships is the energetic observation of recognizing and identifying spaces or places by which their purpose, another person is not trying to separate the person from the purpose. And if, again, for a lot of these relationships, they had abandoned, some of the relationships that were coming together in this energy had given up on the possibility of being in healthy union because they kept on finding segmented relationship dynamics. And what are segmented relationship dynamics? Energy, the same purpose that drove someone towards something was the same energy that another person tried to articulate was getting in the way of partnership, which is often the space by which we recognize that we're unaligned, because that is someone that is more, right? That's somebody who is not necessarily aligned to us so much as somebody who is enamored by us. And so there's a lot of work that we see that's happening right now in terms of understanding what enamoring means, right? Because enamoring is the false, it's the false context of what it feels to be energetically within something. So these are the relationships that are healing from enamored relationship dynamics by finding a partnership that is fully comprehensive, which is the energy that appreciates another through all of their phases or all of their facets. A lot of feelings potentially coming up because the observation of the enamoring in the past is being clear, but as it's being clear, it's immediately cleared, right? It's becoming cleared and it's immediately cleared, because once one understands that, then one feels even more fortified to move deeper into healthy energetic union. So this is probably the best, this is probably a nice space to be right now if you're coming into those moon relationships. Now let's talk about the temperance relationships. Oh, my temperance relationships, what is going on? Yeah, we got the Judgment card in its reversal with the Page of Wands. Yeah, there's like, and here's the thing about it. This is like the enamoring that's happening right now for a lot of the temperance relationships, and for our purposes, understanding the temperance relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time that Uranus stationed retrograde up until the time of the solstice that we had this summer. These relationships, I want to point out, it's healthy bickering. And it's a conversation as to why it's good to argue in partnership. There's nothing more toxic and dangerous than a relationship that can't stand an argument. Because that's a relationship that is like relationships are not quiet places, which is a space by which somebody says, no, the relationship is purpose, so long as I don't say anything. Like, that's not okay. The relationship is the relationship is wonderful. Yeah, the relationship's wonderful. I don't say anything. Like, that's not okay. Are you okay? Right? So these are energies that are learning. They love loudly. Right. And what do we mean by they love loudly? Because it's the observation of the fact that when we care about things, we've got opinions on things. Right. When we care about things, we have opinions on things, and that ability to effectively bring that ability to effectively bring our opinions to things allows us to be able to shape something the way that we aspire it to be shaped. And so what's beautiful about this is we see, and I want to describe it, like what we're basically seeing, we're basically seeing in some of those temperance relationships is what I would define as healthy hammering, right? And what do we mean by healthy hammering? It's the space by which we work through something, and the space by which, even when one argues, it's the argument to be able to shape something even energetically better, right? And so we see that for a lot of those relationships, it's not that, and it's beautiful, because I feel like in a way, some of these temperance relationships are healing their relationship to arguing, specifically because they're recognizing the difference between arguing at each other and arguing with one another. Because when we argue at each other, then we effectively are in a space of accusing. But when we are effectively arguing with one another, then we're working to create something, and we've got strong opinions in relationality to what it takes to get there. Continuing to get clarification between the Queen of Wands in its reversal and the Chariot card in its reversal. 8 of Cups in its upright. Man, you know, I got to stress the thing I keep, like the thing about this right now, and I want to tell you, my heart goes out. My heart goes out to some of these energies right now that are in solitude. They're having to navigate some of this energy that we're seeing right now for the energy in solitude. Because I want to describe, I feel like what's potentially happening for some of that energy is receiving something that the timing does not feel fair. Right? And this is what we mean about the timing is everything in healthy relationship. Because when you understand the quality and condition of the mind, that some energy is on the threshold, and some energy becomes enamored with the memory of relationship rather than the actual experience of being within one, then we understand that there's some energy that is always like literally in love with their longing, right? And I feel like that's what's happening for some energy right now in solitude. It's the ability to recognize someone that is absolutely in a deep committed relationship with their longing. And the way you can usually tell someone who is in a deep committed relationship with their longing is that they're never happy. They're never happy in the relationship that they're in, right? Because they're in love with the lacquering quality by which a memory, a bad memory, is turned brilliant by the mind that's trying to protect it, that then allows the space by which they're always looking back upon an experience of a relationship that never happened, because they're not remembering what it felt like to be in the relationship correctly, but they're in love with the fondness by which the memory tries to house an unpleasant memory. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? And I feel like for those energies that are working on healing, the observation of another coming towards someone with that sense of sentimentality, it's confirmation, right? It's confirmation, and the timing is everything, because the conversation is the space by which they probably felt like they could have put a watch on it. It was probably the space by which they said 8 months, right? Like they potentially noticed the fact that I want to describe it, the space by which they potentially noticed that there was 8 months between the time that they left the past relationship, between the one that they were in with them, and the modality by which they energetically separated to go back to something, and 8 months again between, because it's about a process. It's about an 8-month process by which they're recognizing the time frame by which that energetic sentimentality moment is occurring. And that's why the confirmation is coming by the repetition of being able to feel like they're experiencing something that feels like deja vu that was energetically happening at the time that they met someone, right? It's the energy that they're recognizing another person's tendency to exist in a retroactive state. And even in that modality or that experience, it's allowing the energy to feel reaffirmed. But even in the space by which they're reaffirmed, they're actively healing and they're actively learning. So that's what's beautiful about it, is even for those energies, in the energy in solitude, it's helping them understand that the problem never existed within, it existed without. And for some of those experiences and situations, that conversation is what is fortifying new partnerships. Continuing to get clarification between the Chariot card in its reversal and that 8 of Swords in its reversal. One card, please. Ace of Wands. Man, I'm just telling you right now, these moon relationships. You're gonna hear it here first. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now the time period that we're having right now between this full moon in Libra, the full moon in Libra that we're having right now up until and leading into the new moon in Taurus, the new moon in Aries right now. I wouldn't feel like, I keep wondering, a wave of new proposals, a wave of deeper commitment roles, because everything we keep on seeing here, it's the relationship, it is the energy that is going through the joy of finding a partnership that can hold all their facets. It's probably going to surprise a lot of the energy surrounding these relationships right now, because it's going to feel like it's fast, but there's nothing fast about it, because these relationships took a long time to come together. They just were not talking about it. It's very private energy. It's very private energy. Like I need to point, this is why it was so hard to read for those relationships at the time that they were coming together, because I feel like there's something about that by which I want to see, like the fact by which they don't talk too much about relationship is because it's precious to them, right? There's a little bit of that quietude that feels like, and I feel like they're finally ready to talk about it. But the funny part about it is these relationships, they're talking about it even as they're deepening the partnership. So it's a lot of that, like, it's probably going to take those relationships are probably going to take everybody by surprise, but not the energy within them, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between the 8 of Swords in its reversal with the Judgment card in its reversal. What do we got here? The King of Wands in its reversal. And this is what here's the thing about it. And I'm going to say this again with the temperance relationships. The temperance relationships right now are healing their are healing their relationship to arguing. And I want to describe, and this is why, remember when I articulated there are two things that are happening right now for energy, for some of these temperance relationships. I want to explain something. These relationships, these temperance relationships, the reason they were focused on the temperance card was when I said everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. You have to understand the reason that those relationships are so strong is because that energy gave up on mutual a long time ago. That is why those energies right now, those temperance relationships, there's some stoic stuff in that in those partnerships. And the thing about stoicism is stoicism does not argue as to why one should be stoic. Stoicism just observes whether one is, right? Because there's nothing sillier. There's nothing that you understand when you're stoic. There's nothing sillier than to say to someone, you're not being very stoic, right? Right? There's nothing. It's disappointment. Like all you feel when another person isn't being stoic is disappointment, right? Like when another person assesses that stoicism is not there, it's a silent retreat. And so this is what I meant about a lot of these relationships. They had given up. They'd given up on depending on anyone a long time ago. So you have to understand the full weight that when I keep on saying that to the temperance relationships, everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. That was not something that the energy was saying as a battle cry. That was something that the energy was saying to themselves as they walked away from things that were not in alignment to them, right? The observation or the understanding of what it means to be able to articulate and amplify the shape of that work. And this is why we see that for a lot of those relationships, the ability to be with a counterpart that is the mutual point is what is so transformative, because it is restoring their hope in things. It's literally restoring the relationship is one that is the restoration of hope, because they're finding that mutual effort in one another. And it's the mutual effort that they bring to each other that is allowing them to be able to do things that they have not done before. And even in the context by which they're doing that, right? It's difficult and it's hard because they're observing the tendency of being hyper-independent. The same hyper-independence that got them into the relationship that they're now working to heal by becoming interdependent. But it's hard. It takes time because the tendency is still there. But the beautiful thing, the important thing, is the fact that they're energetically aware of it. Because when we're aware of things, beautiful things, like that's what we talk about with awakening, okay? Awakening is not like, oh, it's oh. It's like, that's why all the saints are rolling their eyes up in their head all the time. Continuing to get clarification between Judgment card in its reversal with the Page of Wands in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got the Two of Pentacles in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about the Two of Pentacles that we're seeing in its upright. The Two of Pentacles in its upright. The Two of Pentacles in its upright, and we're getting back into the energy that's in solitude right now. I have to stress this, and I like this. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now what's going on with these temperance relationships, and for some, I mean not the temperance relationships, but there's a lot of alignment happening. But we need to bear this in mind. There's two different things that are happening right now for the energy in separation, and it's really going to be on a case-by-case basis. I see the space by which energy that is in solitude right now is recognizing energy that is in perpetual separation. Energy in solitude is now recognizing the difference between being in solitude and perpetual separation. And what is the difference between being in solitude and being in perpetual separation? It's liking one's own energy, right? It's building into the energetic space by which one feels energetically safe, seen, and supported within the mansion of the self, or within the framework of the self, right? And so the observation of being able to identify and recognize the energetic point of stability that we create for ourselves allows us to be able to observe the difference, right? The effective difference between coming into the space by which we ourselves feel energetically stabilized versus, right, situations or circumstances, navigating, and this is what's so painful when you sometimes recognize it, right? The modality of another who perpetually longs for a relationship but is never necessarily satisfied when they find themselves within one. I'm going to say that again. Recognizing the state or nature of someone who always articulates a longing for a relationship but never builds into the context of feeling necessarily satisfied when they're within one, right? That is someone who is enamored, who is in love with their longing, right? They're not in relationship with anyone beyond their longing, because anytime they're with someone, they don't feel energetically satisfied. They long to be somewhere else. They long to be here. They long to be there. They long to be everywhere. That is someone who is in love with their longing. And the thing about it is, energy that's in love with their longing, again, you get further enough away from them, then you become the embodiment of their longing. And so this is the energy that's potentially going through, and this is why for some of the energy right now, it's painful, and proximity is everything. Because if this is relationship or some individuals who are in partnership with someone, and they were saying to them the whole time, I'm standing right here, stop looking over there, I'm right here, right? The modality by which they were in relationship and they were longing, they could tell the fact that they were longing for something else. The modality by which they've gotten away from something, and only now, right? Only now is someone articulating the fact that they have all of this longing for someone. Someone's like, of course you do. Exactly. That is what you do. Right? That is what you do. It's not a beautiful change that's happening. It's the circumstance or situation by which you find someone. It's the observation of what is energetically occurring that is allowing the modality of the energy feeling reaffirmed as it relates to the direction, right? And so I keep on saying it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet, but the energy is not allowing the sweetness to overtake the bitter, which is the observation of understanding exactly the reason by which it's like the only thing that's surprising about the fact that someone is trying to come towards them with so much devotion is the fact, with the observation of the fact that the distance is what's created the energetic space by which another person is longing for another, right? It's the confirmation of the fact that they're seeing somebody in that state because they were experiencing it with them, with another person at the time that they were in relationship with them. And so we see that for some of the energy right now, navigating that and potentially having healthy relationship, starting healthy relationship with someone and articulating how painful that is, right? Having conversations about how it feels to be in a relationship with another who is in a perpetual state of longing for things that are other or different than the space by which they aspire to be, right? The modality of the energy that, and I want to point out, even in the context by which, and I feel like we're going to be moving into another relationship dynamic soon, even in the context by which we see some of this energy working through, right? It's understanding, right? This is the energy that understands the prioritization point that we build in navigating spaces or places of, and I want to stress this, healthy relationships that are built into. Even the longing can be mutual, right? Because when you're both longing together for things, then guess what? That's a manifestation goal, right? That's the difference. Like, that's the difference between the mutual longing that we experience in partnership is literally a manifestation goal, which is the work by which you're trying to move in the same direction together. So this is the observation of them saying they're having a healthy conversation with new counterparts, saying the longing was not the issue. It was the space which they were longing for things that didn't exist, because it was them longing for a false relationship by which they felt like something was perfect when the observation of everything they knew was far from it, right? Because they were always in, right? It's like they're always like, it's like they're always like this instead of like this, right? They're always looking fondly at they're in love with the beautiful, the reminisce, or they're in love with the way that nostalgia makes things look so much better than they ever were. This is bringing us back into the moon relationships, clarification. Look at this, man. Look at these moon relationships right now. Must have been that. Look at this. We got the 8 of Cups and it's upright with that Ace of Wands and it's upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our King of Pentacles. Our King of Pentacles and it's upright. I told you, hear me right now. These new relationships, never more sure of anything in their life. And I want to stress, the reason that they're saying never more sure of anything in their life is because this is, remember when I said, like, this is the energy that is finding the partnership that can facilitate the handling of all of one's facets, right? This is the relation, these are the relationships that are looking upon something, and the joy that they're experiencing is being in a relationship by which they don't feel like they have to become or they have to hold a certain form in order to perpetuate the partnership, but the space by which they feel the harmony of being their most authentic self that allows them to feel more stable than they've ever felt before. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, that ability of being able to identify or feel that solid ground is allowing them to long for more. See how that works? See how that works? The energy that's in solitude, that's working through the longing, the unhealthy longing that was always damaging a perfectly good partnership, versus the energy that is now finding the arrival point as they're moving into partnership, where they can finally focus their conversation on the things that they long for more, because it doesn't feel like they have to be in a space of perpetual performance in order to maintain their relationship. This is bringing us to the energy that is deep within divine union right now. Clarification between that 8 of Cups and it's upright, and it's upright with the King of Wands and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Ooh, Knight of Wands. That's great. And I want to point this out. This is what I keep on seeing, right? This is beautiful energy with the Knight of Wands, the King of Wands and its reversal, with the Knight of Wands and its upright. We're going to be talking a whole conversation, whole class on the wand court cards this Friday. If you're interested in learning more, you still have time to join that class. All you have to do is become a paid subscriber to my stack to be part of that class, what we're having on Friday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. But the observation that we're seeing here has everything to do with recognizing or identifying. This is the energy that is even in the space by which they're potentially arguing. They appreciate the argument, because it is the argument that is amplified or fortified that articulates upon the force of care by which they effectively bring things to each other, right? It's the modality, but I keep on saying they're recognizing the difference in the healthy relationship between the difference between arguing at each other and arguing with one another. And what is the beauty between arguing at one another versus with one another? When we're arguing at one another, then we're trying to, then we're effectively trying to tear one another down. When we're arguing with one another, then we're trying to do something even better than we've ever done it before. And so this is a lot of the energy that feels, right? This is the energy that feels fortified, specifically and particularly in relationality to understanding that even when they argue, they feel stronger, right? The relationship feels stronger after the argument, because they're hammering away at things at the best way possible. And the space by which they hammer articulates the fact that they care. Continuing to get clarification between the King of Wands and its reversal and that 2 of Pentacles and its upright. One card to clarify, please. Back into the energy and solitude. I need to stress this. There's something happening right now for this energy and solitude, and it's about honoring their feelings, right? And I got to tell you, the one thing I appreciate about this, and I like this, and I've been kind of saying this ever since we've had so many planets. This is what's nice. I got to tell you right now, this is what I like. This is what I like right now about the fact that Pluto's in Aquarius. We've got all these planets in Aries, and we've got Jupiter in Cancer. Because Jupiter in Cancer, and I want to point this out, Pluto in Capricorn tried to see anger as something that one had to heal from. That anger was in itself anathema. That anger was something that one, like if one expressed anger, then one was not compartmentalizing effectively, right? Because that's Pluto in Capricorn. It's like compartmentalize or else. But what we effectively recognize with Pluto in Aquarius is it's healthy. It's healthy to be angry. You're supposed to be angry about things. It's weird if you're not angry about things. What do you mean? You're going through your whole life, you're not angry about things? Okay. When we're angry about things, then it means that we feel passionate about them. We're supposed to be passionate. We're supposed to be passionate. We're supposed to be passionate. What do you mean? You're just like, that's weird. It's weird not to be angry. If you're not angry ever, what do? Do you not care about anything? Like, that's disturbing, right? And so this is what we see. And I think that that's what's beautiful about some of the work that we see that's happening right now with energy and solitude. They're honoring their anger in ways that are profound because they're fortifying direction. And that's not to say, and I want to point this out, this is not the energy that is taking their anger out upon things. That's not healthy. It's never healthy. There's nothing worse than taking one's anger out upon something. Because when you're taking one's anger out upon something, then you're basically allowing another person to be the fetishization of the objectification of something that you yourself have not resolved. But when you're angry about something, then you're able to energetically express why something has meaning to the self, why it's energetically important, why one is energetically distressed. And so that's what I keep on seeing. And I wouldn't be surprised right now if there are some situations where another person is trying to come back to another person after a long period of time, and they're showing up with nothing but reminisce, right? It's the energy that is potentially trying to come back towards another person to build an intimate connection. And all they've got in their hands is a bunch of reminisce. And the energy that is potentially articulating to another that reminisce is not the fabric of a healthy relationship. It is the fabric of trying to build into a relationship that is only created via nostalgia, for a relationship that never existed, right? The circumstance or the situation by which we recognize. And I feel like that's why there could be some energy right now that is feeling very upset if another person is coming back towards them. I keep on hearing coming back towards them after never resolving a conflict, right? Coming back towards them after never resolving a conflict. But then even in the space by which they never resolved the conflict, the space by which they try to rebuild with reminisce instead of taking accountability for what needed to be energetically corrected. And that's why I keep on seeing that observation is potentially bringing a lot of feelings up. But even in the space by which there are feelings that come up, immediate confirmation, immediate healing. Because it's the energy that is recognizing another's pattern. And in the space by which they have that pattern that is identified, then they themselves are working to heal. Because they're recognizing that that is not something that they created within another, that's something that they experienced. And so even in the space of that, fortifying into new energetic connections that are built upon, I keep on seeing, the healthy energetic connections that potentially articulate or amplify upon mutual longing that leads towards deepened manifestation goals, right? The mutual, I keep on hearing it's, and this is the energy that understands it's not the longing that is the issue. It is the longing to move towards, like moving towards the longing mutually that allows beautiful things to occur, this brings us to the energy that is moving back towards those like look at these moon relationships right now. Like look at these two. Look at, I just want to take a bit like just look at these two. Look at these two. I'm loving it. It's great. Look at that. Like these moon relationships. It's great. I like this. I love this for them. All right, King of Pentacles and it's upright. Knight of Wands and it's upright for the moon relationships. One card to clarify, please. We've got here the Six of Pentacles. And I want to get, I want to point out there's something really important that I see that's happening with these moon relationships, which is giving a little bit of like, thank you for your patience. And the reason I like the reason that, and like, it's beautiful too, that like when I pointed, like when I pulled this out, we got the six, like we've got the Six of Pentacles, because this is articulating upon navigating all the phases, right? Like this is why the energy is working into a context of delight, because they finally found a relationship that can navigate all their phases, right? It's not the space by which another person goes, I really don't like that. Like, I really don't like that part about you. I don't know. No, I don't like that. Can you just get rid of that part of you, please? None of that. It's not the energy that feels like they need to conform to a certain version of the self to be within partnership, but the energy that feels like they can flourish or blossom because the relationship has room for all of the different phases that one finds oneself experiencing. And so it feels like a flourishing point, right? It feels like a flourishing point because the energy feels they can finally flourish. Because, and this is what happens when we're in a relationship that is not comfortable for us. We spend an incredible amount of time trying to conform into the partnership, right? Like the amount of time and the experience. You can be in any, and you have to remember this, you can be in any relationship you want. This is what we talk about. Be conscientious. It's not about a manifestation goal. Manifestation goals are not about manifestation goals. Manifestation goals are the conversation of what it takes to be within the manifestation. You can be in any, I'll tell you right now, you want to be in any relationship you want, you can probably get into it. The question is, what is it going to take out of you? Who are you going to have to be? How far from your authentic self are you going to have to be in order to facilitate being there? Because the thing is, and I'll tell you right now, if there's a manifestation goal by which you can't be your authentic self, you can have it, but is it worth occupying if you can't be your authentic self within it? It's the modality by which we understand the unification point of a healthy manifestation goal is one that brings us closer to ourselves in the process of moving towards it. We should become more of ourselves, not less of ourselves, because that understanding, this is why we understand the beauty of a universe that helps us to build into the context of learning about ourselves via our manifestation goals, because it becomes the education into the qualities and condition of ourselves as we work to understand ourselves more. It's difficult, it's rigorous, right? It's frustrating, but it's fortifying. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, the modality by which they're feeling, the space by which they can be into that authentic self, they're excited because it means they can finally move that energy into understanding themselves even further, or moving it into the space by which they're able to identify or recognize, right? They're finally able to effectively, I feel like it's like the energy that feels like the gift of the partner that allows them to effectively go all into the experience of being the self. And in that space by which they feel it, it's incredibly healing. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Wands in its upright in combination with our Nine of Wands in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification with the Four of Wands in its reversal. Meanwhile, the temperance relationships. I'm going to say this for my temperance relationships. The only way to find new comfortability, the only way to find a new comfort zone is being able to step out of one. The only way to find a new comfort zone is the ability to step out of one. And so I feel like there's something about that. And I feel like the thing about it is a lot of those temperance relationships right now are really feeling Uranus and Taurus. And Uranus and Taurus is working through, and I don't, like, here's the thing about it. Uranus and Taurus it's not that it's comfortable, but it's important, because stepping out of the comfort zone is how one finds a deeper comfort zone, right? It's often the space by which, and I want to describe this. I feel like there's something about this by which the counterparts are pushing, right? And I want to describe this in a way, and I want you to understand the difference between a healthy push and an unhealthy push, right? An unhealthy push is pushing in a direction that another person is not inclined to go, okay? An unhealthy push is pushing someone in a direction that one is not inclined to go. A healthy push is often helping another person overcome overcome their own trauma, or overcome their own self-limiting belief, right? And the thing you have to understand, and we all know this about each other, and this is what we know this about our good friends, we know this about the people we care about. When we never will you be more loved than the energy that pushes us, like gently but firmly, in the directions that we ourselves aspire to go. Okay? Like, never will you feel more loved than energy that pushes us gently and firmly and lovingly in the directions that we aspire to go. Because it's the energetic confidence that we give one another, that show each other that we can show up for ourselves in ways that delight and surprise and make us feel like, make us understand ourselves even more. And so I feel like that's what I meant about some of the argumentation that we're seeing with some of those temperance relationships, which is the fact that there's a little bit of that force there, but I keep on getting it's beneforce. I don't know what that word is. I have to look it up, but it's beneforce, which means it's good force. It's the force of good that pushes us to be even better. So there's a lot of that beneforce that's coming through on that. And I just keep on getting the recognition of the beneforce is what is new for a lot of the energy that is deep within divine union, specifically because you have to remember that some of that energy was navigating situations by which the work by which they've experienced things was often the modality, but it's triggering because for some of that energy, having to navigate past trauma with unreliable energy is reaffirming to them the energetic commitment of the force of positivity that is energetically surrounding them in ways by which they have not experienced before. Final card for today's spread, between the Six of Pentacles in its upright with the four of Wands in its reversal. I get one card to clarify. Two of Cups in its reversal. I like it. And I got to tell you right now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an understanding. I don't mind seeing a Two of Cups in its reversal with energy like this, because what we basically see is happening to a certain extent, and you have to understand, you have to look at the quality of the card surrounding the card itself. There's a lot of energy that's happening. This is just happening unilaterally or across all of the frequencies right now. People pleasing. People pleasing. Let's talk about people pleasing. And here's the thing about it. This is why people pleasing is so toxic, because people pleasing is often the space of navigating ubiquitous fear, right? And when you understand that, when other person says, what will they say? Be like, will the they that everyone is afraid of please stand up, right? The modality by which others build into, and this is the thing you have to understand. And once you realize this, you will never navigate people pleasing the same way. Okay? When you understand that there's nothing that your ego likes more, when you understand that there's nothing that your ego likes more than to try to take your own insecurities and pop them into the ubiquitous they, right? The ubiquitous they, then you recognize that the modality by which you worry about who they are is usually you, right? It's the you. It's the you that is afraid of things. It is the you that you pop into the ubiquitous they, that often when you see that you go, oh wait, nuts. It's the observation of the fact that it's the self-consciousness, right? That it is the self-consciousness that is projected onto the fear of what others think or what others mean. And when you recognize that everybody's doing that at all the time, then what happens is if you respect that, then you build a society that is afraid of their own self-conscious, right? You've created, all you've done, if you're constantly worrying, if you're constantly projecting your self-consciousness onto others, is you create the worst world possible, because you're allowing the fear within the self to not allow oneself to reach the spaces that one aspires to go. So when you recognize that, this is why we talk about the fact that people pleasing, it's not just the fact that it's not cool, it is debilitating. It is devastating. It is detrimental to having a good world, because when you recognize that the worst people pleasing you'll have is for people that are not there, right? When you are deep in the heart of your people pleasing, you will be fearing energy that does not exist, because it is the manifestation of all of your anxieties or all of your self-consciousness. Then you address, right? Then you address the people pleasing in a way by which you're much more critical in relationality to why you feel it in order to heal it. And that does not mean, right? That does not mean that you don't take, okay, do not misunderstand me. That does not mean that you do not take other people's feelings into account, right? That does not mean that you do not take others' feelings into account, but you're able to separate the difference between the empathy that is required, that allows us to recognize how others might feel about things, versus the anxiety of pleasing others. Because when you're worried about pleasing others, you're starting with the understanding that you're starting with the deep held belief that there's something about you that is inherently unpleasant. And I've got a question for you. Who put that there? Who put that there? Bottom of the deck on this reading, Temperance card, right? The modality by which we work through, the fact, the first thing we do to heal, and this is why we talk about loving yourself is so important. When you're people pleasing, then all you're really saying to the self is that there's something about you being your authentic self that is inherently unpleasant. And that is getting to the bottom of finding your abandonment wound. And this is why being able to work through people pleasing is so important, because when we start following that thread, when we start pulling back on that thread and saying, where did that start? Then we start to understand where some of our core wounds come from. And it's not a pleasant journey, but this is why it's important to understand that. And this is why we become very invested in understanding the quality by which we people please. Because if you want to get to the heart, of your abandonment wound, start finding the space by which the people pleasing says, oh, well, there's something about you that's inherently unpleasant. Now, it's not to say that there aren't parts about us that we work to correct, but understanding the difference between something that we realize that we're energetically working on versus the ineffable feeling that there's something wrong with us, that is the difference between working with intention on one's healing journey versus navigating or working through the ephemera that often happens with an overactive ego that is terrified of everything at every moment. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both. We'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I'll encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class. Our next class is this Friday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my Mystic Meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing and experiencing in the cards in a bi-monthly lunation cycle schedule. I just wrote one recently on navigating this new moon that we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today. You will be getting that free reading. And Avatar, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else cares to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway on the Clock app. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to we'll get to 50K in no time. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your membership there entitle you to the same benefits that I articulated that you have as a subscriber. I would like to be able to start offering subscriptions over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help to do that because we have to reach 10,000. I have to reach 10,000 followers over on INSTA if I want to be able to have a membership. So make sure if you're joining me there, give me a follow, comment followed. I'll thank you for your follow by reading you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just go ahead and share this live with 3 individuals, comment shared, and I'll also be happy to give you that affirmation. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you, Basement, for confirmation on this reading. And guys, please thank our mod K Megan for all of their help today in modding. And again, I apologize for the individuals that needed to be muted during this live. And user 658, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, Stella, for those beautiful gifts. And thank you as well, Kath, for them as well. Thank you, Justice, for confirmation. And thank you as well. Good to see you today, dear. Unrealistic expectations. But I need to point this out. Expectations are not unrealistic as long as they're unified, right? The difference between unified goals and unrealistic expectations is having a deviation in terms of what the manifestation goal is. Absolutely. I'm not in a relationship yet, but temperance partnerships definitely resonate. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Bridget, and good to see you today. Excellent. And Sandy, thank you for the follow, dear. Absolutely. Mandy, thank you for reposting. Appreciate it. And Nat, thank you for the follow. Avatar, thank you for the gifts, dear. And thank you. Oh, beautiful. Yes, Kay, keep on posting your poetry in the disco. We love loudly. Tap to claim. Yeah, blink twice if you need help. Exactly. Beautifully stated. And Celestial, good to see you today. I was definitely looking for an eyes blinking. Sending you support on that journey. Excellent. And thank you again. Absolutely. Daryl, thank you for the follow. I'm not in relationship. Absolutely. And thank you as well. I think my ex was definitely in love with their own longing. Sending you so much support on that journey, Kay. Absolutely. Continue to heal. And thank you, Justice, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How does it feel to be God's favorite moon relationship? For now. Remember, it's for now, okay? It's for now. Everything changes, but I will say it does feel very like the reading into those relationships right now. It feels like they're in a nice, it feels like they're in a nice place. Excellent. Hi there, Kath. So good to see you. And thank you for sharing the live, Justice. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for confirmation. Excellent. Us solitudes are honoring our lot. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Avatar. They better stay where they are if they know it's good for them. Pow, pow. I love it, Bridget. No, I know you, kid. I'm not at all jealous. I know you are on fire today. And user 656, thank you for the follow. It's spicy energy. I mean, I wouldn't expect it. It's a spicy moon. I wouldn't be surprised. Of course it's going to be a spicy moon. But it's not, it's like, it's good spicy, you know? Mm-hmm. My counterpart's out there working because he doesn't want to come find me. I don't know if they don't want to. I feel like every time I read for you, that someone's processing a lot of stuff. Thank you, Stella, for being here and receiving this message. I'm bickering with my counterpart in the astral about their absence. I love that. It feels accurate. Please stand up. And USA, thank you for the follow. I don't people please much anymore. Absolutely. People pleasing is a bottleneck. Tap to claim. Yeah, there you go. Right? That's what we talk about healing ancestral wounds, Bridget. Absolutely. We don't have to do things alone. We just have to find the energy that's in alignment to us. Beautifully stated, Kath. I have to go back on the space we keep the videos. Hold on a minute. Just reading back. I had to go back on the space where we keep the videos to re-listen. No problem, Minnie. You know where it is, dear. You're so welcome. For now, exactly. Wish I could be here more often. Listen, your time here is deeply appreciated, especially because I know that time is not ideal for you. It's a good strategy for this new moon. I put a bunch of practices in the article on what would be nice to it, like what would be helpful to embody for this new moon cycle. Absolutely. Thank you, King, for also receiving this message. We need, I mean, it's like you don't, here's the thing about it, King. It's not that you need energy that's aligned to you, but it's going to make things move a lot smoother, right? Like it's going to make it, especially for your sanity. Absolutely. We don't need to do it alone. And the ability to effectively help us, like when we are finding energy in alignment, we're effectively finding our home, right? Like that's why we talk about it very much like a homecoming. All right, my friends, so we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list today, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the 5th person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So again, make sure you're tapping that screen. and we'll get to 50K. For anybody who's on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is go ahead and let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. The first person we are reading for today is going to be K. Megan. K. Megan, if you could let us know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps, we read for here. Hold on a minute. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you've got information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. If you need a moment to write your question, Kay, that's fine. We can move down the list. Oh, no. Phoenix. Oh, just give it a little bit of time, right? Just give it some time. I'm glad to know that I'm glad to hear that it's still working. Yep. Who wants to help me not do it alone? Too many spiritual alone time makes more sense. Hold on. I mean, here's the thing about it, King. Everything's in proportion, right? Like anything overly doing anything is a negative thing. So I'm obviously, like, again, having alone time, very important. Having time with others, also important. It's all about finding healthy proportions. Absolutely, all in this together. Happy to read the list, Stella. Yep, no problem. Stella, you're actually the next person on the list. Excellent. All right, so Stella, you're going to be the first person we're reading for today. If you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, and I'll read if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. And Stella, thank you. Stella, I have to point out, you are a super fan now. So if you prefer, you can go ahead and send me a disco GIF. If you're a super fan, I'll send you an invite to our subscriber-only disco channel if you want to start posting the questions directly there. I just want to put that up there as an option. And remember, anybody who's a super fan who does not have access to the disco, just message me directly from this live with a disco GIF, and I will send you an invite to that disco. You'll find there, it's a great time to join because in the perk section, you'll find a coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program, and our next class is on Friday. And I also want to encourage you as well. It's nice because you'll be able to introduce yourself to the collective. We've got it's a great disco. And also, even if you're not a member of the disco but would still like an invite to a class coupon, message me directly from this feed and comment the word class, and I'll be happy to provide you one as well. All right, just bear with me a moment. Where are we? Okay. I need to take a moment. I need to take a moment to read over the comments that were coming through on this reading. So I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer while we wait. What is one thing that you're doing to create peace in the world today? Okay. Huh. Hmm. Oh wow. This is beautiful. Can I read? Can I read this? Or some of it? Hi there, user. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. I'll add you right now. Excellent. All right, I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. All right. Hi, I've really started to notice that something in my reality is shifting. In the last reading, you said you sensed the end of a karmic cycle for me, and I actually feel that. Yesterday at an appointment, the individual I was at the appointment with was smiling at me the whole time in a kind way, a genuine appreciation that I felt immediately. And they asked me what I do for a living, and I told them about the path I'm currently on. And right away, they mentioned that their son, who's a few years younger than me, is also studying aerospace engineering. I couldn't help but smile at that. And something similar happened recently when I was buying a watch. I've been seeing angel numbers everywhere, like 777 on one car, 444 on another, multiple times a day. I even took pictures because I wanted to make sure I wasn't imagining it. I also visited my grandmother at the nursing home, and I asked her if she believes in angels. She said no, but I noticed that she has several angel statues in her room, 3 or 4 of them, and I had to smile. Lately, so many memories have been coming back to me, moments where I feel like I might have had some kind of guardian angel watching over me. When I left my grandmother's room, I ran into a friend from youth, and we used to go out together all the time, but we haven't been in contact for years. We smiled at each other and wished each other a nice day. It wasn't a deep conversation, but it was warm and genuine. And I always knew that she was a good person, and somehow it feels comforting to know she works near my grandma now. A few weeks ago, I had another appointment, and the person treated me again in a very kind way, and it almost felt surreal. Something has definitely changed. I can't fully explain it, but it feels good. If my angels have something to tell me, I want them to know. I want them to know that I see the signs. I notice them. And when you said that they want me to fly, I feel that too. The last time I visited my mom, I saw a little boy playing in the front yard with a toy airplane. I see the signs. Thanks to my angels, and if they want to let me know anything, I'm listening. Can I get 4 cards, please? Oh, and 1 more. So I need to the one thing I want to point out to you right now, and I think that this is really important, is in relationality to, and I need to give a little bit of information in relationality to what I see that you've been healing from. And I want to stress that some of the karmic healing that I see that you're doing is understanding not only like how far you've come, but understanding the full force of what it is that you yourself have energetically overcome. Because, and I want you to kind of see this. And I feel like this is what that like those and like what that like a lot of that angelic work is trying to show you. You are more, right? You are more than another person's like comfort zone is what I keep on getting. And I think that that's really important because, and I think that, you know, one of the things that's been beautiful about kind of being able to work with one another is helping you see over and over again what you've been navigating versus what you yourself have been energetically dealing with. Because the thing about it is a lot of the work that we have to do to heal is recognizing what we can't heal. right? It's not about the space. There's a false premise that often happens in unhealthy spiritual spaces that creates the false belief that if one does something proper, then everyone around the self is going to be energetically different. But the truth is that when we're building into alignment, then it's the space by which we move away from what does not serve us. And when we move away, the one message that often comes through when I'm reading is that when we start moving away from what doesn't serve us, the angelic energy can find us. Because what doesn't serve us stands in the way of our energetic connection, of our energetic alignment. And so it's really the work that we do that is significant and important in terms of being able to effectively allow ourselves to see more. And that's what we effectively articulate upon in relationality to an awakening process. It's understanding, right? It's not the space by which all of a sudden, like if there's a negative, and this is often what happens, the false idea that there's a negative energy in your life and that if you do the right things, then suddenly that negative energy is suddenly going to become a positive one. Sadly, that is not the case. But what does happen is when we recognize what is not healthy for us, we can move in accordance with what is. And what you're potentially seeing right now is you're seeing, as you described, what the effects of that shift are occurring, right? And what do we see that you're doing right now? You're focusing on your energetic connections. You're focusing on your own energy. You're allowing your purpose to guide you in the right directions. And what are you finding when you're allowing that purpose to serve as kite? You're finding beautiful things where it energetically leads. So the modality by which you said you are in conversation, and I like to point this out, the beauty of healthy intuition, right? The beauty of healthy intuition is that it leads us to miracles. So what are you finding around yourself right now? You're discovering little miracles everywhere, right? You here you are with that small dream, and then suddenly you discover someone that has harmony with it, someone that shares that dream with you, even in the space of conversation in terms of another person giving you that silent encouragement that helps you understand that that dream is not that far-fetched. It is quite a reality that another person is also working towards and building towards. We see that also in the space by which you identified, and I want to point this out, you said that you went over to your mother's room, and there they are. And I love this too, because I just like to show you how clever the angelic energy is, right? Because what's lovely about angelic energy is sometimes the messages that they deliver to us are so beautiful, right? Because you looked around your mother's room, right? You looked around your mother's room, and what did you see there? You saw angels everywhere. And then you said to your mother, do you believe in angels? And they said no. And what's beautiful about that is the message that your angelic was saying is, you don't need to believe in us. We just need to believe in you, right? Like that's the beauty of that message. That's the attenuation point of that message, right? The angels everywhere that say that your belief is not conditional on them believing in you, right? And that's what they've been trying to communicate to you, even in the space by which you said, even in the space by which you're awakening to the realization that there's been a force that's been protecting you through things that you yourself might not necessarily have been able to see because, and this is often what happens, right? We forgive ourselves in those moments because we were paying attention to the wrong things, right? And that's what's beautiful about that, because even in the message of that, like even in the space by which you identify that your angelic energy is saying that, they're saying don't be hard on yourself, right? Don't be hard on yourself if you haven't been paying attention to it. They're used to it. They're used to it. Right? They're used to it because it's the space by which they're helping, right? And the thing about it, and I often have this when I'm reading for angelic energy, they can only help us in so much as we help ourselves. Because every time that we help ourselves, we move a little closer towards them, right? We allow for that context by which we're able to see and recognize them. And often in the space by which we realize that, it feels overwhelming, right? It feels overwhelming because it often creates a space by which we look back and go, oh my gosh, is this, and you kind of recognize this. Is this something that is new, right? Is this actually a change? Or is this something that you are awakening to? The ability of understanding that that presence or that force has always been there, right? But your ability to effectively identify it and see it had to be resolved in the space by which you started to take better care of yourself, or the space by which you allowed yourself to feel more deeply attenuated to those energetic choices that allow you to move into deeper alignment. And the thing I feel like that's coming through with this reading is remember, right? Remember those moments. Remember those moments and remember the communication that you're potentially having in those moments. Because what is the overarching message that we see that is being attenuated, right? That force of care is always there, even when there are times by which it's harder to see it, right? Don't get too stressed, right? Don't get too stressed if it feels like some days you feel like you see it everywhere and some days that you feel like you don't, because that is, I think it's beautiful in the fact by which you're having, like you're having a lot of deep connection with it, and the message that's coming through on it is the space by which it's energetically present, regardless of whether you effectively sense it or not, because that understanding is potentially going to help you, right? Not feeling stressed or panicked if there's some days by which you don't feel like you see all of those moments, but the understanding that they even communicated to you that your ability to recognize it doesn't mean that it's not pervasively there, right? So it's like, it's almost saying, even in the space by which you're saying, like, don't be stressed, because as long as you've got yourself, they've got you, right? Bottom of the deck. And this is you moving towards your purpose, right? You know, the aspiration or the understanding that there's nothing more blessed than moving towards our purpose is what we were kind of attenuating or articulating. We were kind of talking about this during the Daily Collective, which is the observation that our purpose guides us towards our highest version of self, right? And the angelic energy wants to see us succeed. As long as our intentions and as long as our intentions are pure, right? As long as our intentions are pure, then we see that there is beautiful, right? There is beautiful hope around us, right? The universe that conspires to allow for everything to be possible is the space by which we recognize the beauty that we're trying to bring, right? And so even in the space by which you articulate and understand that is, and even in the space, and I want to point this out, the space by which say, this is something I want to do, and you've had so much energy trying to ridicule you, or trying to mock you, or trying to demean your dream, that is the energy, the angelic energy almost says, when you have something that you aspire to do that has a pure intention, and energy tries to demean you, or tries to knock it out of your hand simply for having it, pay attention, right? Don't take it personally. Pay profound attention, because when we're moving towards something that feels like it makes the world better, right? Then the recognition as to why another person feels so invested in taking that away from us is not something that talks about a recrimination to the self, but is a very interesting note to pay attention to as it relates to the quality or the direction that another person is trying to proceed upon. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Creating peace by minding my business. I love it. I'm losing it. I'm keeping my sassy mouth closed to help create peace in the world today. Oh my God, Bridget. Hi there, dear. I got you on the list, user. Thank you for letting me know. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Stella. I mean, again, I appreciate that. I deeply appreciate that. I'm very happy that something I'm providing you is able to help you on that journey, that supportive journey. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Mission, for the follow. Yeah, I feel like they were here all the time. Exactly. And isn't that incredible, right? The fact that you recognize the fact that they were there the whole time and you just couldn't see them. Absolutely. And thank you so much for sharing your journey. Angels are like the ocean. We don't need to see the ocean to know it's there. That's beautifully stated. But you gotta move in the direction of it. Yep. I love it when the universe conspires. Yeah, just wait till they really start playing with you. You're welcome, Stella. Exactly. Beautifully said, Bridget. I got you. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Kay. Minnie, did you get on the list? Oh, I got you on from yesterday. I got you, dear. Yep. Thank you. Yep, I've added you. Okay, and if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. One moment. All right, we've got Kay coming up here. We're doing we've got some inside tea, but before we get started, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And for anybody who's interested in getting on the list, we read for here: life path, highest party messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. I need to take a moment to read over Kay's message, and while I do so, I will give you guys a hearth warmer. What was the last time you were on an adventure? What was the last adventurous thing that you did? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. All right, we're doing an energetic read. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 4 cards. And I'm going to pin up Kay here. Guys, make sure to give Kay some love. Okay. So first things first. I gotta tell you that there's something that's coming through very heavily in relationality to, and I want to kind of give you this in terms of what I'm seeing in terms of the energy that's vexing you right now. Okay? And I need to stress this because it feels like I have to identify It feels like somebody is creating a barrier for right now between you and another person for the absolute best reasons. And it's not I know it's not the best reasons for the both of you, but I see somebody that carries a lot of trauma around something. Okay? I see a situation or circumstance where somebody identified the fact that there was some kind of copacetic relationship that was happening, or something by which everybody thought that everything was fine until it was not. And I don't know what I keep on seeing, but somebody keeps on articulating when I read for you that it literally almost destroyed a business. Like, I see a situation that felt like it was a business destroying event, specifically in the shape of something that got very messy, is all I keep on seeing. And I see somebody who has vowed, they've made a vow, like it's literally giving me like night energy. Like, I see somebody who's like, they made a vow to themselves at that point that they would never let that happen again. So when I say to you that there's something that's happening right now when it's not personal, it says to me it has nothing to do with the quality or the condition by which another person thinks that there's not the space between you and another person that desire to come together with the best of intentions. But I keep on feeling like I see somebody who's going through a lot of deja vu moments. They're going through a lot of deja vu moments because something about, like, I see somebody who's chilled by it. You know, like, I literally see somebody like, you guys are chilling, and they're chilling. And when I say they're chilling, it's because and here's the worst part about it. It's not the fact that that would occur, but the fact that it feels so similar to what occurred in some kind of past experience. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I want to stress that, because every time I read for this, I keep on saying this is not the state by which another person is trying to hurt you and another, but it's somebody who has literally been, I feel like they got grievous, I keep on hearing grievously burned before. Grievously burned before. In something that literally, I don't know why I keep on hearing, it tore the floor apart. They keep on saying the words, it tore the floor apart, which meant it's like one of those situations by which it was between two people, and then it was between everybody, right? Just completely tore the floor apart. So I want you to remember that. In terms, in terms of this, there's something I'm seeing that has to do with the nature and situation of recognizing and identifying that you are a mature person, that you are an energetically mature person. And I feel like there's something that's happening here to be paid attention to. And I feel like there's something you have to pay attention to. When did this person start articulating the fact that they're leaving anyway? When did this person start articulating upon the fact that they were leaving anyway? Because I feel like, right, I feel like there's something significant there that's potentially happening in the space by which another person is broadcasting their plans, which is the modality by which, and I think it's interesting because I feel like I don't know why, but I feel like there's something about them broadcasting their plans, or I keep wondering, in the way of someone flagrantly broadcasting their plans, that almost feels like, I don't know why, it's very interesting that I'm reading here. Which is, and I just want to describe what I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing a situation by which another person had a conversation with someone that said, if this occurs, then this is what I'll do. And now somebody's going, I'm leaving anyway. Right? Like the modality by which another person is suddenly going around articulating to everyone the fact that they're leaving anyway is almost the continuation. I keep on hearing is potentially the continuation of a frustrating conversation in relationality to the fact that they're articulating it, right? Like I feel like they're articulating something to say like that is them effectively saying like it's almost like their ability to effectively say to another person, I go where I desire. Like I keep on saying, I go like I go where I desire to go. It's not the space like that. Like it's almost like I feel like it's a quiet conversation about them between them and another person, articulating the fact that they're not in the business of being energetically controlled. Is what I keep on seeing. And I think that it's interesting because I feel like what's interesting about this is the observation, and I want you to understand something, right? Like there's something that I see that's shifting there with another person articulating that, which is basically somebody trying to say in some way to another person, right? That they're not prioritizing their future somewhere, right? So the observation of someone, like I want you to understand what I'm seeing, okay? So I'm seeing a situation. I just want you to understand, to kind of connect the dots on this. I'm seeing a situation by which another person had a conversation with someone and said, if this happens, you're out of here, right? If you do something, you're out of here, and someone going, that's fine. And then them effectively coming out of that conversation and saying, I'm leaving anyway, right? Like the modality by which suddenly they're going around saying, I'm leaving anyway, is potentially somebody articulating to you, right? It's almost somebody articulating to you, right? That they are not energetically afraid of another person's choice because they've made their own choice in relationality to the direction that they're energetically aspiring to go. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's like a continuing conversation in terms of another person being protective of you. And even in the space by which they're being protective of you, they're broadcasting to another, right? That if something should happen, they're taking the responsibility for it because they're articulating the fact that it was their choice to leave, right? Like they're basically like that is the sound of them basically putting the ball, like like them putting the choice to you, right? They're putting it in your hands, and to a certain extent in relationality to articulating the fact that even if they were to go, they were going to go anyway. So it's almost like them effectively relieving you of the energetic burden in relationality to that, right? And so bottom of the deck, yeah, like, is this, here's the thing about it. Like, where is this, like, is this person like, I need to point out, does this person have like Sag or Aries placements? Because I basically see what you're seeing right now is somebody, this is what you're observing right now is someone skirting a rule, right? What you're basically experiencing right now is someone that is profoundly skirting a rule. Because again, in the space by which I said, right, in the space by which I said, somebody said to them, if this happens, this is what you can expect. Them saying, I'm going anyway is D. I keep on hearing, it's, what's the word I'm looking for? It's removing another person's detonator, right? Like they've basically they've removed the detonator on a situation from another person, which is the modality by which they're saying that they ultimately decide where they're energetically going. And in the space by which they're doing it, they're effectively protecting you, because it's a space by which should something happen, right? Should something happen, they can articulate upon the fact that it was their choice, right? So that is like, it's literally the sound of someone putting something in your hands while articulating the fact that they're protecting you from feeling any energetic guilt in relationality to what could occur. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 24K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. It's de-escalating. Yeah. I woke up, so that was an adventure today. Bridget. Bridget, you're on fire today. Absolutely. Thank you. Hi there, Ivana, and thank you for those heart me's. Thank you for sharing the live, Chris. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, they hate being like, I keep on hearing like somebody, it's a lot of like, it's like shots fired to a certain extent is what I'm getting. Yeah. It's like we're in like, who can be more protective? Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know what, yeah, I don't know his chart. He loves skirting. Oh man, I still have no idea what they want, why he wants to say. Yeah. But I feel like that's what I keep on, like, I feel like that, I feel like somebody articulating that is trying to articulate to the fact that they don't care either, like they don't care about the outcome in relationality to how it impacts, right? It's like they're articulating to you, they're broadcasting to you that they don't care about, they're broadcasting to you that they don't care about their energetic future somewhere, right? You're so welcome, dear. Thank you, Bob. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For those who are joining us across the other apps, we read for here, Life Path, highest parting messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. You're so welcome, Kay, and thank you so much for all of your help moderating today. Guys, please make sure to give Kay some love. All right, we got Minnie coming up. Pinning it up here. Great, and we're doing outside tea, but before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, there's nothing I like better than the person who's about to get the read getting the right animal oracle card. Well done, Minnie. Excellent. You're so welcome, dear. All right. And let me just pull up Minnie's question. All right. Oh. Big, just a small question for today. What is the current state of my soul family connections? I'm looking for clarity on whether I'm currently surrounded by soul family and what shifts or actions are necessary in my personal journey to align with meeting more of my soul family. Wonderful question. I'm going to pin up Minnie here. Guys, remember, we're also at 24.2K likes. When we get to, yeah, something like, when we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right. Mm-hmm. Hmm. You know, what I'm observing, I feel like I see a situation that, like, how do I describe this? These cards, man. I feel like I see a situation by which you're getting, like, like, you're getting there. And a lot of the space by which I see that you're getting there is the thing about it is there's something about your soul family that's very attenuated. And the thing about it is when we've got an attenuated soul family, it can be very difficult because the best way I can describe this is I see you having a very unique perspective on things. And I keep on getting, like, I feel like I would not be surprised if there are situations by which you're having a conversation with someone and they try to tell you in some kind of way that something that you're saying to them is incongruous. But you have to understand the difference between incongruous and congruous is having the right perspective. And I feel like the thing about it is I want you to make sure that you're sharpening your incongruity right now. Sharpening your incongruity is going to help you find that energy even faster. I keep on getting, and the reason I keep on getting, like, sharpen the incongruity, because it's not incongruity. It's only incongruity if it can't be explained. So that's why I keep on getting sharpen your incongruity, because something about you finding your authentic voice is going to help you find more of them. But the hard part about it is I see you often having to navigate situations or circumstances by which you feel profoundly out of place. Profoundly out of place, which is often like, and I feel like it's, and the way I want to describe it is potentially like, I see you almost saying like, oh, I believe in something, but not in the way that you believe in it. Right? Like, and I think that's what I keep on seeing on something. You saying to I literally keep on hearing you say to somebody, I believe in something, but just not in the way that you believe in it. Because the message that I keep on getting in relationality to this, and I feel like it's interesting too, because I actually feel like you're in a moment where you are reintroducing yourself. You're reintroducing yourself to your ancestral history. And I want to point this out. Never are we healing our ancestral lineages more than when we are reintroducing ourselves to our ancestral history, because there's something really important about when tradition becomes too fixed, then the feeling of saying that you're doing it wrong. And this is what's hilarious about ancestral traditions. You can't do an ancestral tradition wrong, right? Because the space by which an ancestral tradition becomes an ancestral tradition is literally the wrongness that we bring into it that says something needs to change. Okay. Sorry. That is literally the sound of something being perfected. And the problem with something being perfected is often the space by which there you are perfecting, right? This is what the ancestors see, right? They're the ancestors, like looking at somebody going, look at them do it. Oh my gosh, look at them perfecting, right? Oh my gosh, I know there's a lot of booze around them. Oh my gosh, yeah, I know everybody's yelling at them, that they're doing it wrong. I know, I feel bad, but they're perfecting it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because we didn't know what we were doing, but there they are perfecting it. Because you have to understand, like, our lineages understand that they were doing the best that they could, is what I keep on saying, right? You have to understand, when you build into a context with energy that's doing the best that they could in the moment, and then another person reveres what the best another person could do, like the ancestors cry, because they're like, you guys, I was doing the best I could with that. I wasn't saying do it like that. I wasn't saying do it like that. I was doing the best I could. You could probably do it better, right? But the only way you get there, right? The only way you get there is by being confident in what you're working to change. And I think that it's really hard, because I feel like that is exactly the sound that you're going to hit right now as you're finding your soul family, which is the modality by which you're doing something, and you've got a lot of energy going, like what are you, like, that's not right. And being like, it was never right. It was never right. We're trying, like, you have to, like, like when ancestors see us revering what they were trying to make do with, then there's nothing sillier, because it's the past that's not progressing. So I want you to kind of remember that, because I feel like there's something about, I see you doing something right now, and you're working to carve out a path. And often the sound by which you carve out a path is the space by which another person says, you're messing something up, or you're not doing something, like you're not doing something right. But I keep on seeing, especially if that's subjective, right? The subjectivity that we build into in the framework of experience is the observation that at every moment we are reclaiming something anew. So I want you to think about it, I want you to understand, you're not breaking anything if you're reclaiming it. I feel like that's what you have to write down. You have to write down, you're not breaking anything if you're reclaiming it. And when you're reclaiming it, it's the ability of being able to see something in a fresh way that allows us to be able to bring new things to it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like I just keep on hearing a lot of that soul family energy I see around you is reclamation. And I like to point out, reclamation is restoration, because reclamation is the space by which we effectively identify that one has the right to speak towards something, right? That one has the right to speak towards something, and sometimes I feel like that's you finding your confidence, right? I feel like a lot of that, I feel like the ability for you to find your confidence and to speak with authority on things is going to, like, I feel like I see you doing that, and I keep on seeing, like, the power of your voice is going to bring you closer to that energy, because I keep on seeing the more that you articulate upon the confidence that you have in relationality to something, the more that others are going to effectively be able to align towards your own aspirations and purposes. So make sure, right? I keep wondering, stop apologizing if you don't understand something, and start, I keep wondering, stop apologizing if you don't understand something, and start, I know it's gonna sound interesting, start being proud of the fact that you misunderstand it, right? Stop apologizing if you don't understand it, and instead be proud of the fact that you don't misunderstand it. Because often in the space by which, this is how we find misandry, right? Because misandry, right? Misandry is the space by which we understand or see something that doesn't make any sense. And often, often when we understand misandry is the space by which we see something that doesn't make sense, all it takes is somebody articulating upon their perspective on it that allows us to be able to do something more effectively, right? Like that is often, like, and it takes confidence, right? It takes confidence to point out misandry, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more. For my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 24.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you for sharing the live, Mamo. That was your first choice too. Amazing. Beautiful question. I agree. I'm looking forward to it, but enjoying the last of it before it changes. Understood, dear. Best. Hi there, Tiff. I see. Thank you as well, Mamo. All this is me. I am her. Thank you as well, Bridget. I can relate to that. And thank you for sharing the live, Mamo. Yeah, I can relate to this so much, especially with someone who says they respect my beliefs but isn't. I love that. Thank you as well. It sounds like it feels like going against the grain, but in the best way possible. What do you mean in this collective with soul family? We all have some of those in our proximity. I think that when we're talking about soul family, we're talking about those who are aligned to our highest purpose. So energy that sees, recognizes, and understands our highest purpose, right? Yep, proud misunderstanding. Yeah, hi there, Adam. And Rev, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well. It feels like I feel like you're in very close proximity. And that's why I keep on getting the sound of your voice will bring you closer to them, because it's you being able to articulate like what it is that's missing, that's helping you find what you're looking for. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody would care to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you're joining us across the other apps, if you're on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same opportunities as the superfans. And if I'd like to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos, but I need your help with that, so make sure to give me a follow there, and I will thank you for your follow by reading you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, All I need you to do is share the live with 3 friends and comment shared, and I'll be happy to give you that affirmation as well. Before we continue right now, we're going to do, we've got a dream reading coming through. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. This is it outside? Yes, it is outside today. Okay. All right. And you know what it means when we do a dream interpretation. Bust out the dream coconut. Part 1. I was in a wardrobe closet with the door open. The space was split into 2 parts. On the left side, there was a rectangular hole, about 6 by 2 feet around and 5 feet deep. I was throwing small random stuff into the hole, including a plastic doll. Meanwhile, my cat was pacing back and forth with her tail up. Her presence actually made me feel a bit safer because I usually don't like these kind of dim enclosed spaces. Suddenly, an upside-down glass jar in the hole caught fire. When the fire went out, I realized my cat had disappeared. At the same time, my foot was stuck and wrapped in metal wire. The doll I had thrown in earlier had turned into a person. I could only see her eyes just above the edge of the hole, and even though I was terrified, I started pulling her up using the wire that was still attached to my foot. From the effort, I managed to pull myself out of the closet and ended up exhausted on the floor. The woman pulled herself up the rest of the way. She was naked, but I didn't really see her nakedness. Her skin had a grayish-white tone, smeared with dirt. She slowly walked toward me while I was sitting on the floor. Then she started shoving her knuckles into my mouth over and over again. Every time she did it, she said, "How do you like it now?" I couldn't breathe because of it. The smell coming off of her was unbearable, sweet but also rotten, like decomposition. I'd never actually smelled decomposition before, but now in the waking life, I know how it smells. I felt nauseous and could barely breathe, both from what she was doing and the smell. It felt disgusting, invasive, and completely violating. I was absolutely terrified. After about 6 or 7 of these experiences, I woke up. And when I woke up, I really needed a moment to recover. It felt incredibly real and honestly very disturbing. Part 2. The second part felt like a direct continuation. I still remembered everything that had happened, but now I was in a different house with multiple rooms. I was alone in a room with extremely high ceilings and reddish pink curtains. I was doing something strange there. I was trying to push my feet through the walls like I was a ghost. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. When it did work, it felt really uncomfortable. Like something deep inside my body was off, almost like my balance system was glitching. In the room next to me, some family members were sitting together, but then I heard a voice in my head say, "Don't pay attention to them. They're annoying." I decided to contact Sin to help me understand what was going on. She sent an assistant. I met this woman in the bathroom, and she looked to be in her early 30s with short, dark, brown, curly hair, and she had a serious, intellectual vibe. She looked at me and said, "Do you know what you've done?" And then she said, "You've killed them, your other part. Those relatives aren't your relatives. They're a part of you." Oh. And then they made a medical determination. or they tried to diagnose you in the dream space. That hit me really hard. It felt both impossible and disturbingly real at the same time, and I completely broke down and started crying. Okay, very disturbing dream, but let's get to the bottom of it. 4 cards, please. Yeah. All right, we're gonna break down this dream, and we gotta break down the dream in 2 different parts. Okay. And the first part of the dream we're going to start with is, and I just want to show you these cards, which feel very apropos for what we see that you're navigating in the dream space. The first thing about it, we're going to identify this is a shadow work dream. Okay? Shadow work dreams are often triggering because there's nothing that we experience in the dream space that we haven't already experienced. In some way, shape, form, or fashion, something about this dream is bringing to light something that has already occurred to the self. So we want to take that into consideration when we pay attention to what we see that's happening in the dream space. And the observation of you identifying the fact that you said that you were in a wardrobe closet with the door open, and you said that the space was split into 2 parts. You identified that on the left side there was a rectangular hole, and on the other side you identified that there was a locationality that was about 6 by 2 feet deep, around 5 feet deep. Now, why are those numbers important? Because that's about the size that one would carve out a grave. Graves are typically identified to be about 5 or 6 feet deep. So we see the fact that this is basically a grave that you're finding in the wardrobe. And you said that you were throwing, what were you doing? You were throwing small random stuff into what you were identifying as a hole, but that we clearly see as a grave, including a doll. And you said, meanwhile, your cat was pacing back and forth with their tail up, and their presence made them feel a bit safer because you don't usually like those kind of dim and closed spaces. Suddenly, you said an upside down glass jar in the hole caught fire. And you said when the fire went out, you realized your cat had disappeared. Now, at the same time, you said your foot was stuck and wrapped in metal wire. Now, the dream itself is working into the context of working through the experiences by which we sometimes can't anticipate what happens, right? Like we can't anticipate what happens with all of our actions, right? And I want to point this out. There's something very important that's happening in the dream space that has to do with the difference between something that is circumstantial versus something that is energetically intentional. So here we see, like we literally see you doing something by which you're not putting a lot of intentionality into something, right? And you're throwing, and I'm assuming in the space that you're throwing random stuff into the hole, you're effectively trying to clear space in a wardrobe, right? So you're effectively either looking for something or you're looking to clear something out. And the context of understanding, and the thing about the wardrobe that's interesting is there's only so much. The wardrobe is effectively you, right? There's only so much of you to go around, right? So it's requiring the observation of having to effectively articulate and make choices about things, right? And having or navigating the energetic fear of the consequences of having to do something that is necessary. That is where we see a lot of this dream coming towards it. So what's the first thing that we see that happens, right? You threw a glass jar, right? You threw a glass jar into the hole. Wasn't really a big deal. You didn't think anything about it. But then lo and behold, it caught fire. And when the fire went out, you realized that your cat disappeared. Now, here's the important thing that happens there. Was that circumstantial of the fact that that occurred, or was it energetically reactive, right? The hard part about that you didn't articulate is if the cat disappeared at the moment that happened, or if the cat ran out of there because they got startled. And the thing about it is there's no way to know effectively. But the space by which you identified that you said at the same time after that occurred, your foot was stuck and wrapped in metal wire, right? We see that there was effectively something that happened that put you in a difficult energetic position. And then you identified that the identification point of your foot being wrapped in metal wire is potentially feeling energetically stuck within the choices that you make that often feel like they're being facilitated upon necessity, right? So it's the observation point of kind of working through things in the space by which you're doing, right? You're doing the best that you can, but that you're having to navigate consequences that are beyond your control as you're trying to do them. You then describe the fact that the doll turned into a person. And then you said you could only see their eyes, which are just above the hole. And even though you were terrified, you said that you started pulling her up, right? Using the wire that was still attached to your foot. Now, I want you to understand that the modality by which, and this is important because the guides are trying to show you something in relationality to your own sense of energetic responsibility, which is the space by which, and everything is important by understanding and working through intention, right? In the modality by which you, like what the guides are basically showing, and this is a gift that you have as a person, you don't allow your fear to override your responsibility, right? You don't allow your fear to override your responsibility, which is the modality by which the guides are showing you that even in the experience by which something weird is happening, you don't allow that fear to supersede what you know must be done. So even in the space by which you saw, all you saw was that there was someone in trouble, not the space by which you cared about the state or nature of that person. And so what do we see? You pulled that person up, even at cost to yourself, right? The modality by which, even though it may have potentially caused you pain to do so, because I need to stress, you identified the fact that you pulled that energy up, even as it was connected to your own foot. So that couldn't be energetically pleasant. But you identified the fact that when you did so, right, the person you pulled up all the way was naked, but you didn't see their nakedness because you recognized that there was something really wrong with that person. And you identify, and here's where we identify the wrongness of that person is. You just saved them, right? You just went at personal cost to yourself. You identified and did everything in your power to try to help them. And what do we see that person did, right? Instead of coming towards you from a state of gratitude, seeing you sitting on the floor, they started trying to shove their knuckles into your mouth over and over again and saying, basically hitting you in the face and saying, how do you like it now, right? Now, this is the important thing that you have to understand. And this is, again, the guides are showing you the quality of a person, which is when we are of a quality of, like when we are working through the qualitative point of our personhood, we understand the difference between something that is intentional versus something that is non-intentional, right? The modality by which we are sometimes, the modality by which we're sometimes hurt by seeing another person doing everything that they need to do, right? The modality by which you effectively were working through something and you did something without any harm, without any intention of harming another, but the space by which another person took slight by your smallest choice. What do we see that potentially happens there? The modality by which this is basically the person that you pulled out, right? They smelled like peat because they were petty, right? The reason that you saw them in that way, they were covered in pettiness, which is why they had that really pungent smell, because pettiness is the peat smell, right? It's the space by which they feel like they're being exhumed, or they won't let something go. So the modality by which you're navigating the energetically fragile person who, instead of seeing you trying to do everything that one can, and even in the space by which you're navigating fear, are doing, even when you recognize that you've done something wrong, you try to correct it, right? The energy that does not come towards you with a sense of understanding or gratitude, but instead only wants to punish you for that small, right? That one small moment by which you weren't paying perfect, profound attention to them. So this is you working through experiences. And again, the thing you have to understand is, in the dream space, we never experience something that we haven't experienced before. So this would probably give an indication of experiences where you have been traumatized by someone who is being incredibly petty, even in the space by which you are doing everything possible to try to help them or make up for something that you couldn't do at a time that you were doing what needed to be done. So that is why you said you couldn't breathe, because you said it was unbearable and it's rotten because it smells like decomposition, because it's decomposing. You can't get anywhere with a person like that, because when we are basically, when we're in that space, this is the shape of trauma, which is the space of trauma is someone who says, it doesn't matter what you do, right? It doesn't matter what you try to do. It doesn't matter what expense you take to try to take another person in consideration. If they won't let go, right? If they won't let go of that one slight, then it feels like everything you do for another person is an act of perpetual remuneration, right? And that's why you said that you woke up and you felt that you felt like it was disgusting, because you're seeing it from the perspective of how the guides see it, because energy like that is unbearable, because they take advantage. Because you have to understand, and this is why it's so dangerous to be petty, because when you tell the mind that you can do anything because you're hurt, then the mind will look for any reason to find pain. So this is why you see energy that often encompasses the space by which they move around miserably, because they basically program their mind to find slight, because it allows them to do anything that they desire to do at any moment without consideration for another person, because they're always looking upon the fact that the energy hurt them first, failing to recognize the fact that everything others do to them, they're seeking pain instead of gratitude, or seeking the positivity in terms of it. Like, that energy could have climbed out and said, thank you for saving me, but instead they said, I'll never forgive you for energetically disregarding me in the moment by which you didn't energetically see or recognize them. This brings you to the second part of the dream. The second part of the dream is a continuation of the first, and the space by which you observe that is the identification point by which you identified that you said that you were alone in a room, and you said that there were high ceilings and reddish pink curtains. You said you were doing something strange there. You were trying to push your feet through the walls like a ghost, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. And you said when it did work, it felt really uncomfortable, like something deep inside your body was off and your balance was glitching. And in the next room next to me, some family members were sitting there, but then you heard a voice in your head say, don't pay attention to them. They're annoying. And you said you decided to contact me in the dream space to understand what was going on. And I sent an assistant. And you said you met this woman in the bathroom, and you said they looked to be in their early 30s with short, dark, curly hair, and they had a serious intellectual vibe. And they looked at you and said, do you know what you've done? And you said to them, and then they said to you that you had unalived someone and your other part. And then you articulated the fact that they said those relatives aren't your relatives, they are part of you. And then they made a medical diagnosis. Now, the thing you have to recognize, and we're going to kind of work through this, because again, we're still going through the fact that this is a shadow work dream. And shadow work dreams often show us things that are important by helping us understand how incongruous what we experience is by putting it in the space by which the person who articulates it is the last person we would expect. So the modality by which you are effectively doing something, right? You are trying to learn how to do something that you haven't done before. And you identified the fact that you said that it felt like it was a little bit weird or off when you were doing it. And you said in the room next to you. Now I need to stress something that's very important here. Okay? You identified a quality of a gift that you have because you said in the room next to you, some family members were sitting together. Now I need to ask you a question. How did you know that they were sitting together? How did you know that they were sitting together? How did you know that they were sitting together? Right? The attenuation of the understanding of the gift that you have and being able to know what was happening in the other room was the quality and condition by which you identified the fact that you said, what were you doing? You weren't pushing, right? You weren't pushing your legs through the wall, right? You were trying to go somewhere where you weren't, right? The attenuation point of what you were actually doing that felt like you were pushing your legs through the wall, that was allowing you to have the arrival point in understanding what was occurring in the next room. And that was the moment by which you heard a voice in your head that said, don't pay attention to them. They're annoying. Now again, we have a question that rises here, which is, what did you hear? You identified the fact that you said that you saw family members in the other room, and then you said you heard a voice in your head that said, don't pay attention to them. They're annoying, which is the observation of potentially working through a situation or circumstance by which in the dream space you are seeing or recognizing something that was happening in another room, and you are also hearing them, right? So the modality of trying to effectively understand something, right, was the space by which you said, and again, there's questions that are happening in this dream space that are very interesting because you said that in the dream space, you decided to contact me. How did you contact me? How did you contact me in the dream space? How did you contact me in the dream space? Okay. You see what's happening in the second part of the dream. We see you doing things that defy explanation. You didn't articulate in the dream space that you picked up a phone. Did you write me a letter? How did you contact me? Okay, how did you contact me? And you tried to and I need to point this out, and I need to stress this. Okay? You said, you decided to contact me, and you said that I sent an assistant. Who's my assistant? Okay? Now I need to articulate this. You identified the fact that you're not exactly sure what you're doing, but you've got complete confidence in terms of the fact that you're communicating with me. You see what's happening here? So the understanding of seeing somebody who was not me, okay, I just want to point this out, okay, and this is where you got to be conscientious. Okay, you tried to reach me in the dream space, and somebody showed up claiming to be my assistant, okay? Somebody showed up and with absolute authority said to you, oh, I'm their assistant. Were they? Were they? Okay? And what did they start saying something? What did they say to you? They started saying things to you that were completely antithetical, right? They started saying things to you that were completely antithetical to anything that I would ever dream of saying to you, okay? So you kind of tried to reach me and you got shadow work, okay? You got an assistant that showed up and started doing shadow work for you. And what was the shadow work that they started doing? They started doing the shadow work that you saw in the first part of the dream, which is saying things are happening and it's all your fault. look what you've done. No, everybody's on a live now. You're going crazy. Like, you see what's happening? And honestly, I have to admit that might have been like that makes sense, because I would have really not wanted to, I would not want to be showing up in your dream as shadow work. So it would make sense that I would that makes sense. So somebody's showing up to do shadow work, because I would actually be I would hate doing that shadow work in your dream space. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. So, and again, and it would hit you hard, right? Because what was I communicating? Like, even in the dream space, I was communicating to you what I'm communicating to you now. It's shadow work. Okay, it's shadow work. Oh, dreams. I love dreams. Bottom of the deck. Bottom of the deck. It's interesting, because I was about to say bottom of the deck, but I said bottom of the dreck. And so, and dreck is an important word here, because dreck, you have to understand that when we're doing shadow work brings our worst fears to the surface, right? What is some of the worst fears that we see that is coming to the surface in this dream space? Everything's your fault. Everything's your fault, even things that you don't intend to do. Doesn't matter if you intend to do them, it's your fault. And here's the thing about it. This is why we are able to look shadow work in the face and say, that's not true. Because shadow work understands that things are only our fault if we are intentional, right? The fault lies in intention, right? There's no fault to be found if we're not being intentional in creating fault. Sometimes things just happen, right? Like in the dream space, you had no idea that that doll would become a person, right? And the intention, but often when somebody's petty, they make it feel like trauma is often petty, because trauma will take a moment where another person's doing everything possible, and the minute that one experiences the slightest slight, right? The slightest slight that creates another person's ability to say, oh, now I can be my worst version of self. But the modality by which you understand, right? The modality by which you understand that work that you're doing, right? And again, it's a continuation of you kind of trying to gravitate towards your gifts, right? It requires us to be responsible. So when we're working responsibly, we understand that we have to be proportional in terms of understanding that at every moment there are consequences to the work that we're doing, right? Things that are unforeseeable, but that we're energetically conscientious and cautious of, but also not coming into the space by which we're overly anxious about things. Because when another person is energetically unreasonable, then it's that unreason that often creates the space by which we're fearful in the first place. So even in the moment by which we see you working through this is you helping to find that, again, a good guide never tells you, right, what you need to know. A good guide shows you things to help you recognize how to navigate them more effectively. So a lot of this dream space is potentially helping you to identify and recognize what it is that you're working through, because, right, like the path forward, like often the path forward in terms of understanding or working through the deeper understand, like especially when we're working to attenuate on our gifts, the first thing we have to encounter is shadow work, right? It's having to make sure, like it's navigating a lot of those fears. And we've seen that, and it reminds me a lot, right? It reminds me a lot of the dream that you had previously where you found me on the floor, remember? Like you saw me, like what was I doing? What was I doing as I was doing something? I was like mostly shadow work, right? Like mostly shadow work. And so this is you. These are the guides showing you the shadow work that you potentially will have to experience as you kind of build into understanding your own gifts more. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm sorry I'm laughing so hard because I just have to admit, like, in any conscientious space by which I would send an assistant, it would be so I wouldn't have to do the shadow work with you. It makes so much sense. I'm going to continue. We're going to continue reading right now. That is too funny. That is too funny because I wouldn't want to say. Like, oh man, let me just take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Ostri, for the follow. Cleaning the wardrobe. Thank you for confirming. Your fashion sense. My guides are savage. Hold on a moment. Just reading over the comments. I'm traumatized for life. Oh, sweet. I mean, I can imagine that's a heck of a dream. No problem, user. You know how it works here. So again, no pressure. Yep. Yeah, it was giving scary movie, but yeah, very heavy shadow work. I need to point out anything I'm doing here is what Yeshua did, and I need to point out also that the ability to divine on dreams is something that you can find in the Old Testament. Like Jacob literally did it. So nothing you're finding here, Robbie, is antithetical to anything that Yeshua did or said. Yeshua actually used to utilize divination. That's what look up what they did to save Mary Magdalene. I'll also point out that if you ever open your Bible to find inspiration, you are also practicing bibliomancy, which means that you are also doing the same thing that we're doing here. So again, you're welcome to stay. I've got the same rules that Yeshua has, which says as long as you're nice and kind, you can stay, but you can't be in the space of being of judging, nor can you use Yeshua's name in ways that they would not desire you to. And I need to point out, Yeshua was never condemning anyone in relationality to try and get closer to them. Thank you. I know, I love these blue cards. This is the Aquarian Tarot, a beautiful deck. Highly recommended, Pisces. Good to see you today. Absolutely. Well, your Scorpio would suggest otherwise. Yes, cleaning the wardrobe. I can't remember when the cat disappeared. But that's why, like, again, your cat in the dream space was acting as guide, because it's a space by which you understand, right? Like, did they disappear because, like, it's the space by which you can't tell if they disappeared because they got alarmed by it, or if it was a response for it's happening. But that is the sound. That is you working through the shadow work there. Yeah, lessons on intention again. Thank you, Lana. I do my best. I do my best. Thank you. Choosing my inner circle, yeah, wisely, absolutely. Possibly with the strength is already there. Yeah, but I need to point this out again, Jules, like, especially with that reading, it's having to be energetically, like, it's recognizing, like, the fact that there is energy like that. You know, it's terrible that there are those that inhabit that, but it happens, right? And it makes for a very miserable existence. And Yaku, thank you for the follow. Yasri, thank you for the follow. Well, that's what I keep on hearing, the attenuation of the gift that was, and you can tell it's a gift because it's the space by which you mentioned it without thinking about it, that we see that it's a gift. Yeah. Well, you're putting up also telepathic. How you doing today, Kareem? Happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. All you need to do to get on the list is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in my Lio. The Virgo lady was definitely your assistant. I gotta dive into that. That's fascinating. That's very interesting. So Kareem, and again, if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. These are donation-based reads, so the way we get our questions answered here is not by repeating them over and over again, but by sending the donation. So I would ask that either, if you want to have that read for, you can send the donation, but please don't continue to re-ask the same question. it's not polite to those trying to communicate, and it'll get you muted. Thank you for respecting the chat space. Hi there, Satya. Again, these are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. And Brenda, thank you for the follow. My guides promised me a good portion of shadow work before well, we like, again, like it's very, again, it's very much in alignment with what we were seeing was coming through in some of the other readings that we did. I do my best. Thank you so much, Per, and thank you for allowing me to read for you. Hi there, Beauty. I'm doing well. Thank you for the compliment. Hi there, Janice. Welcome. And thank you for sharing the live, Figment. Excellent. So, I mean, honestly, like, the truth is, if it was my assistant, like, that's what I would like, yeah, I would not want to do. I would delegate the shadow work. I don't want to be saying that stuff. It makes sense. Yep. Thank you, Minnie. Absolutely. And thank you for the naughty chicken, Per. Oh, thank you for being here. I hope that you're finding healing today, Janice. And hi there, Kelly. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, you're the next person on the list. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. Ooh, we're doing another dream. Love it. Another dream. We're having a dreamy day. I'm not mad about it. Okay. And before we continue, and just a reminder to those joining us, if you have information that's relevant for our readings, if you have a dream that you'd like interpreted or a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. And for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same amount, the same offerings that we bring up for subscribers. So you get the discounted rate on readings and a free card each day. I would like to offer that over on the place where we keep the photos, but I need to get my numbers up there. So if you guys could take a moment, make sure that you're giving me a follow over on the place where we keep the photos. Comment followed. I'll be giving you an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. And if you're already following me there, just share this live with 3 people and comment share it. I'll be happy to give you that affirmation as well. All right. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up Kath here. And let me just put the offer here for anybody who's interested. Bum, bum, bum. Just bear with me a minute. I'll take this moment to remind you guys that, remember, tarot class is this week. We're going to be having class on Friday this week at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be focusing on the court cards in the wand suit. If you'd like to join that class program, you will be, you still have time to. If you want to message me with the word class, I'll be happy to send you a coupon code to sign up to our stack for the classes. And if you are a subscriber, go ahead and message me a disco gift. I'll invite you to our subscriber only disco channel, and there in the perk 6 section, you'll find an even deeper discount. You have nothing to apologize for in relationality to the length of the reading. Okay, before we continue, you guys know what we do. We've got a dream. We've got the dream coconut. Excellent. All right. Dream. Outside. I forgot if there's a previous scenario, but a past person in this dream. One fragment was where we were taking the same ride and going somewhere, and then his girl colleague is also with us. We were seated close to each other. The girl went down the vehicle and just a few streets away. When he noticed that it's just the 2 of us, he also alighted and told me that that was his stop. I was left alone in the vehicle with the driver. The vehicle felt empty, and I told myself that it's all right. He already left me in real life anyway. From a big car, the vehicle transformed into a smaller one that looks like a small tuk-tuk, and I recognize the driver. He's one of my colleagues back in the day. We passed familiar streets in my neighborhood, and after crossing the main road, he stopped and went down as if he's looking for something, and two girls saw him. He told them the way to their home, and when I noticed that it's been a while, I asked him if this was the final stop, and he said yes, and sorry to cut the trip short, but it's not their destination. I replied it was okay. I'll just take another trip to get there. I'll take another car to get there. I rode another car and said goodbye. Continuation. The other fragment. I noticed a familiar white vehicle in my neighborhood, and I was right. It's the past person from the fragment. And he somehow knew some of my neighbors. I forgot the details, but my grandmother's there, and she told me that if the guy is courting our neighbor's daughter, he should be introduced to her family first. I'm not sure why, but my grandma also told me that what if it's my sister that he's courting? I was surprised to hear that from her because she had no idea that I knew or dated that person. One of my acquaintances was also in our house and agreed that the neighbor's family should know them. I stayed silent because they're unaware that I know the guy. And then my mom came home from her work, and I told her everything and told her about what my grandma said. And I told her that they didn't have any idea who that guy was. She asked me why he's in the neighborhood, and I replied, I don't have any idea. She also asked what he might be planning, and I said, check all the doors of our house. I said that everything is secured, even our main living room has CCTV. There's a fragment when I was checking the room and living area, and there's a certain part of my house where my dad is staying. In my dream, he is there staying in one of the rooms, and he positioned the CCTV in the living room, the common room area. I told my mom about that and said that we are secured. My dad is living far from home for several decades now, and I'm surprised he's present in my dream. The next part was we were trying to get details from our neighbors about the situation. My grandma was told about a school assignment, and my sister isn't doing anything about it. She even lacks some material, especially the coloring pens. She told my mom about the situation and asked my mom to check and buy the materials. Another neighbor appeared. She's the same age as my grandma and asked me to send 2 orange soda bottles to our neighbors who have a small store and let them keep it for a while. I brought those 2 bottles to their store and told them about the neighbor who asked about it. When I'm on my way back home, I saw my grandma sitting nearby, and she's sewing a yellow, gold, and blue pants. I asked her what she's doing, and she replied that it's about a school assignment and she needs to do it for my sister. As I walk back and still looking at her, I recognize that it's mine, and I already sent it to charity in real life. Then I woke and noticed that there are people present in the dream whom I don't have any contact with anymore, like the past person and my dad. My grandma, who also passed away last 2009. I woke up asking myself why they're in my dream. A few hours later, I recalled that I had thoughts about him, the past person, recently. Got it. 4 cards. All right, let's get to it. So the first part of the dream are the guides, and it's a conversation about relationship. And effectively, it's giving you a sign of it's giving us a brief understanding of what happened in that relationship by which it broke. Okay, so what we effectively identify, and there's a guide in the dream, and the guide is the person who's driving the car. Okay, so the first part is you said that you were going somewhere with this past person, and their female colleague was also with you, and you were seated close next to each other. And you said the girl went down the vehicle, and just a few streets away, when you noticed that it was just the 2 of you, they alighted and told me that that was their stop, and you were left alone in the vehicle. So I would not be surprised if there was a situation with this person where it felt like they did not prioritize you, or that they were trying to get back. They were trying to get with someone that they told you was just a friend, right? Because if someone's just a friend, Why are they choosing to get off with them? But not just the fact that they're choosing to get off with them. They're trying to put up a show, right? They're trying to put up a show like they're not, but it's very clear that they are, right? The opportunity or the situation by which the person made it clear that they weren't trying to go somewhere with you, but rather trying to get with someone. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the situation by which that was the reason that you potentially left that situation, because you recognize the fact that you did not feel prioritized in that person's experience, or having some kind of lingering doubt about whether you were the person that they were truly trying to stay in an invested relationship with, or if there was someone else that they would prefer to be with. You then described the fact that you said that the vehicle felt empty. Of course it would, because it feels very empty to be in a relationship with someone who it feels like would prefer to be with someone else. And you said they'd already left you in real life anyway, so that was you effectively trying to make the best of a situation after they left. And you said that the vehicle transformed in that moment from a big one to a smaller one was potentially a situation by which you came to that realization at some point in the relationship, which is potentially going through some feelings of isolation, because that can often identify a relationship where it's like we're in partnership, but we don't really feel like we're in partnership, which is why you recognize the driver. And you saw the fact that the driver was one of your colleagues back in the day. Now, this is important because you said that you passed through familiar streets in your neighborhood, but I want to show you something, right? What's interesting about this is you're seeing the difference, right? You're seeing the difference. The reason that you identify this is potentially in recognizing what feels, right? And this is what the guides, and this is what's nice about this, because the guides never show us if the way we felt, the guides never tell us if how we feel was right or not, but they help us see different perspectives. So what do we see was the issue between you and another person? The fact that it potentially felt like there was a colleague that they were seeking something more from. And the reason that you could potentially see that there was something there that they were seeking more from was the intentionality in being clear to you about what their intentions were. It would be one thing if that person had gotten off the jitney with them, because that would have been the energy that would have been very clear to you about the fact that they wanted to spend time with a colleague. But it is the circumventing that was the problem. It was the fact by which you saw that one person was trying to get off or go somewhere, and this person was chasing after them, almost trying to create situations by which they would bump into them, which would be something that feels more energetically calculated. And the reason we see this is because you are now in a relationship, right? You're in a friendly, healthy relationship in the tuk-tuk that you mentioned with an actual colleague who's driving you, which is you recognizing that you have no problem, right? You have no problem with someone being friends with someone because there's no reason not to be completely transparent about where you are going, right? And that's why you see the fact that you're not trying to hide the fact that you're in the tuk-tuk with them. You're driving together and you're reminiscing. What are you doing with that colleague? You're passing familiar streets in the neighborhood and you're stopping, and you went down and they looked for something, and they saw two girls saw him, and he told them on their way home when he noticed them that it's been a while. So you are, right? These are the guides saying that you weren't being overly corrective, because here you are, you're in the tuk-tuk with colleagues, and you can see the way that you behave with normal friends, which is everything's in the open. There's no reason to try to hide it. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was the fact that the reason that you felt like that relationship was ending was because someone was being weird. It wasn't the fact that someone didn't have a friendship, but the fact that they were being very weird and evasive about the relationship, that told you everything you needed to know about the way that they felt about it. And then you said, at the point by which you said, if you asked if it was a final stop, you said yes. And they said, sorry to cut the trip short, but that's not my destination, because that's what happens in a real friendship, right? A real friendship, we're not going the whole way with each other, right? We see each other. It's a tuk-tuk. It's a little bit of a trip. And then we go back to the world that we know. So this is you being able, the guides are saying that you can trust yourself because you know the difference between a healthy friendship, which is the space by which you see everything that happened in the tuk-tuk, versus the weirdness that someone was putting on a situation where it felt like somebody was worse than the fact that there was something nefarious going on, but it felt like another person was trying to manipulate a friendship into becoming a relationship in a way by which the other person also wasn't consenting to it. And that would be indicative of someone who has profound boundary issues. Now, I want you to remember that because the boundary issues are needed for the next part of the dream. So what do we see in the next part of the dream? You said you noticed a familiar white vehicle in your neighborhood and you knew it was them. Great. So now the energy of the past with the boundary issues is in your neighborhood. Oh, goody, right? And so again, you have every reason to understand why you would be energetically concerned, because you just saw somebody who likes to manipulate situations to make it seem like things are accidental instead of purely intentional. And you said you forgot the details, and somehow they knew, right? Somehow they knew your neighbors. Of course they did, because you just recognized somebody who knew your neighbors. So did they know them, or did they orchestrate the knowing of your neighbors in order to get in proximity to you? And then you said you forgot the details, but your grandma's there. Of course your grandma's there, because your grandma's showing up because you need protection, right? There's your grandma showing up in the dream space. And what does she say to you? She goes, if a guy's courting your neighbor's daughter, they should be introduced to the family first, right? So what's your grandma doing? Your grandma's looking out for you, right? Even in the space by which your grandma's in the dream space, your grandma's onto it. She's right there with you. She's saying to you, don't you think we need to go, right? Don't you think that if they're courting their daughter, they should be introduced to the family first? Which says, let's go tell them what's going on. See how clever your grandma is? your grandma, I wouldn't be surprised if she was sharp as attack, right? I wouldn't be surprised if she was sharp as attack when she was here, because she's looking at you and she's like, I think we need to go let them know that someone's come a courting, right? So that's somebody who was very astute in recognizing another person's intentions, because she's giving you, right? She's saying this is how you let them know about that, because you make sure to see and being like, do they actually know that that's what's happening? Get to the bottom of why they know them, to figure out if they're actually authentic, but probably not. They're probably trying to get to somebody to get closer to you, right? And that's the energy of, and where is your grandma? She's on the astute, okay? And I want you to understand this. Your grandma throughout the whole dream is on the astute. And I want you to remember, hold on to that word, okay? Now, continuing. You said you were surprised to hear that from her because she had no idea I knew and dated that person. Oh, yeah? You think your grandma in spirit doesn't know what's going on? You think your grandma in spirit isn't keeping an eye on a situation? You say one of your acquaintances was also in your house and agreed that the neighbor's family should know. Don't you think? And what do you see they're doing? Don't you think that someone should tell them? Don't you think somebody should tell them? Seems like the family should know, right? And you said you stayed silent because they're unaware that I know the guy. I hate to break this to you. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this to you in the dream space. That is the sound of everybody around you knowing exactly what's going on and looking out for your best interest by saying, seems like somebody should go talk to them. Seems like somebody should go tell them what's going on, right? So you see, and then you said, I hate to break this to you, but everybody reading this dream is very aware of the fact that they're aware of what is happening. The only person that feels that they are unaware is you, okay? And then you said that your mom came home from work and you told her everything. And then you told her about your grandma said. And you told her that you didn't have any idea who the guy was. And she asked me, why is he in the neighborhood? And you replied, I don't have any idea. Everybody in that room knows why that person's in the area. Okay. And she also asked you what they might be planning. And what did you say? Check all your doors of your house. Why? Because you've just navigated the fact that you've got an ex with boundary issues. And in the dream space, you see them who just conveniently knows somebody in the neighborhood. You can't trust energy like that, because it's the understanding that nefarious energy will build intention, will build false intention towards what they're truly intending. And you saw that in the past relationship, in the machinations of someone who was trying to get off at another person's stop. They weren't even being authentic about the fact that they were there. They were trying to create experiences by which they could bump into them, right? And that's why you said to them, because your mom's saying to you, what do you think they're up to? And you said, check all the doors, make sure the house is secure. And then you said you were in another fragment of the dream where you were checking the room and the living area. And you said there's a certain part in the house where your father was staying. And in the dream, you said they were staying in one of the rooms and they positioned the CCTV in the living room or the common area. And you told your mom about that and they said that we are secure. And your dad was in the living room far from home several decades. And this is interesting. You said your dad is living far from home for several decades now, and you're surprised that they were present in the dream, right? The next part you identified. You said you were trying to get details from your neighbors on the situation. So again, even in the dream space, we see the force by which the energy around you is caring about you and looking out for your best interest. And then you identified that in the next part of the dream, you said you were trying to get details from your neighbors about the situation, which again is what everybody in the dream space was trying to tell you to do. Okay, and you said your grandma was told about a school assignment and your sister isn't doing anything about it. And she even lacks some material, especially related to coloring pens. And she told your mom about the situation, asked your mom to check and buy the materials. And another neighbor appeared, and she's the same age as your grandma, and asked you to send her 2 orange soda bottles, and that your neighbors have a small store, and you let them keep a while. Now, I want you to understand that this is the power of your ancestral connections. And this is the energy of your ancestors in the dream space trying to show you how much they love you. And what do you see through the visage of your sister? There's your sister in need of something, right? There's your sister in need of something. And what do you see happening around your sister? The whole neighborhood is coming out to help them, right? Your sister had a need, and your grandma knew about the school assignment. How did your grandma know about the school assignment? She didn't know about your relationship. Your grandma is astute, right? The dream is showing you that your grandma's astute. She keeps tabs on things even when you guys aren't, and that your sister wasn't doing anything about it. So again, the astuteness that they were paying attention to, and they were lacking materials. So they told your mom about the situation. They're your mom checking and buying the materials. So you see that you are seeing the supportive network in the dream space of helping you recognize, and again, the space by which if you experience this, right, what gives you any indication that they wouldn't feel the same way about your relationships, right? If you see that same situation by which your sister needed something, and there's your mom rushing to go get the markers, and there's your grandma telling her about the school assignment, right, helping each other succeed. And then you identified that another neighbor appeared and asked you for 2 orange soda bottles, right? And again, without even a question saying, what do you need them for? There they go, here you go. Seeing the power, the beauty of what happens when we work collectively is that we're perpetually looking out for each other in ways that we can't even see. Where's your sister in all that, right? There's your sister, and I need to point this out, like where you asked her what she's doing, and you said that they were doing the assignment for your sister, and you walk away and you're still looking at her, and you recognize, and this is the important thing that you said, right? The space by which you recognize that your sister had no idea that they were doing all that stuff, right? And there they are, just taking care of her and loving her in ways that are profound that you could not see. And then you said, as I walk back, still looking at her, I realized that it's mine. And I'd already sent it to charity in my real life, which is the modality by which you understood that the modality by which you weren't being charitable enough with yourself. And the modality by which you identified the space by which you said you already sent it to charity is the modality by which you see, like it's really funny because in the dream space, you've got all of this energy that is incredibly astute around you, right? And you see the fact that they're constantly paying attention and taking care of everyone. But the one thing that you can't observe is the fact that they're trying to do that for you as well, right? The observation by which they were effectively identifying or recognizing that that was something that was also happening in the dream space. Bottom of the deck, right? And I need to point this out. Often, I would not be surprised if you're the type of person that is hyper independent and tries not to tell others when you're going through difficulty, right? That often often when energy is in this space by which they'll articulate and be like, I'll handle it, right? Like often the space by which another person is trying to deal with something creates the modality by which others try to, like, and even here, you didn't tell anybody. And I think that this is a funny part of the dream space. Here you are, right? Here you are not telling anybody about what you're going through, right? As you're navigating someone with a lack of boundaries. But didn't you just pay attention to the energy around you, right? They're very astute. They're very good at knowing what's going on without you having to tell them, right? So it's the reminder in relationality to building into the context of being able to understand that others can help us when we articulate the fact that we need help upon things. And what was beautiful about that dream space is all of the people in the dream space were trying to get you to admit what was going on. And you're like, it's weird that they don't know. And it's like, they know. It's very clear in the dream space. They're very aware of what's going on, but they want to honor your boundaries, right? They want to honor your boundaries and not overstep unless you tell them, right? And when we articulate upon that, then we allow the ability for each other to help one another, because that is what happens when we hold healthy boundaries. We try not to overstep. We articulate the say, like, when you're ready to tell me, I'm here, but I already know. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 31.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. No worries, Kath, and thank you for letting me read it for it. I know, it was a beautiful recollection. Guide is cab driver, absolutely. That's exactly true, especially when there's a time that they told me, okay, so thank you for confirming. So it's exactly true. There was a time that they told you that there was someone who was just a friend. Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean by that, King. You'll have to be more clear. And now I get that, why there's the girl called, but here's the thing again, like, the guides are showing you that you can trust your judgment, because there you were with a colleague who was true, and there was nothing weird about it. It was all in the open. Yeah, the colleague was the tuk-tuk driver. I do my best, Kath, thank you. Oh, it's basically, and I want to point out, it's like a little vehicle that it's something like close to, I want to describe it as like something close to like a golf cart or a bicycle. So it's got like a little bit more, you can sit next to each other instead of behind one another in terms of traveling. Yeah, they were circling back in the neighborhood. Yeah, thank you for confirming. Thank you for clarifying to them. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I feel like my grandma is one of my, your grandma's definitely one of your guides in here, right? Because that's why they were sitting there and they were sewing like those pants, which is the space by which it's like they're trying to articulate that they're in the business of knowing what it is that you need. Absolutely. Yeah, friends are aware about the guy in real life, and they said, yeah, they're not the right person for you. Well, again, anybody who has boundary issues like that would not be a person for you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Oh, thank you so much from Ukraine, sending you support and love as well. That makes sense. Thank you, Betis, for the follow. To receive a reading, that is all you do is send the donation, which is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. We also do, I will point out, Betis, we do a free collective reading each day for those who can't afford it, and we do free 1-card readings each day for subscribers. Most of us in this collective are hyper-independent. Yeah, there's a lot of characters in that dream. You're so welcome, Kath, and thank you for allowing me to read on it. It's addicting. Yes, absolutely. Hold on a minute. Okay. Yeah, grandma knows your business. Yeah, grandma knows your business. It's beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful as in the space by which grandma's in spirit, but also like looking out for you. All right, the next person we're reading for today. The next person we're reading for today is user once. User once known. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Grandma in the bush. That's so good. Second call right now. I know that they had to step away. If they're not here, the next person on the list for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call right now for Minnie. Second call right now for Minnie or user once known. Excellent. All right. Oh, Minnie already had the reading. I didn't mark them down. Yeah, absolutely. I was just thinking that. Excellent. All right. We have gotten to. Yeah, I know you did. You know what happened? I had to change the order, so I have you here, but I forgot to mark it down. So, all right, the next person, I'm still looking for user once known. If not, we are going to move into 1-card readings for super fans and subscribers. So if you are a super fan and a subscriber and have already had a card pulled, go ahead and let me know. Oh, hold on a minute. Wait, with what? Oh, I got you, Julia. Yeah, 1 moment, please. Hold on. Pause on the 1 cards, please. The date on your reading, hold on a moment. I got you. It was on Sunday. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Julia, for getting on the list. And just a reminder, we've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. Excellent. I appreciate the help, Bridget. Excellent. All right, Julia, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? How are you doing today, Laurel? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. Oh, you already got 2 cards out. And just a reminder, friends, we're at 34.5K likes over on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. Julia has like 8 readings on hold. She's very good at guessing numbers. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Going to be in connection with L. Kind of got, oh, okay, got you. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think I see what's going on here. All right. And just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the 2nd person read for. And for anybody interested, we read here, highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. I get you. I know. Yeah, I can see what this is about. All right, I'm going to pin up Julia here. Kath, you guessed the animal. It's wonderful. Well done. Views, huh? Views. I mean, let's get into it. Views are important. It feels like an angelic reading, and it says to me, views are important because views identify how we see the world. And I want to kind of walk through what I'm seeing here. You know, I just keep on hearing, just because we've had bad experiences doesn't mean we throw the towel in on a whole group of people. I just keep on hearing the same message coming through. And it's interesting because it's coming through one of their guides, which says just because we've had a bad experience with one person doesn't mean that we throw the towel in on a whole on a whole group of people, which is the understanding. And the hard part about that, I literally like I literally see somebody who, like, it's a very fine line between someone who is protective versus someone who is over protective is what I'm identifying. And the thing about it is I feel like there's something about this that this has caused some kind of rift in past relationship. Because, you know, and I want to describe, like, this is a very, there's a lot, like the thing with this Emperor energy. And it's hard too, because most of the message I'm getting through on right now has to do with one of their own guides that feels like they're having a hard time getting through to them, which is like a hard view, like a hard view is softened by compassion and understanding, is what I keep on seeing. A hard view is allows for compassion and understanding, not taking a hard line on things, because when we take hard lines, we are the hard line, is what I keep on hearing. When we take hard lines, we are the hard line. And it's hard, and I need to point this, I never understand energy like this. If there's something we believe that we feel embarrassed to state, then it's probably a sign that we shouldn't believe it in the first place. I'm going to say that again because I feel like it needs to be heard. If there's something that we believe that we feel embarrassed to state, then that's usually a good sign by which we shouldn't believe it in the first place. And I keep on getting it. It has to do, and I like to say, nothing we believe we should have to say under our breath. Nothing that we believe should have to be said under our breath, because the state by which we articulate something under our breath is recognizing that another person would be mortified to hear us say it. Like nothing we believe should be stated under our breath, which is the modality by which, like, when you care about things, you say, like, when you know that you're in a good space, you'll notice that people say things straight to their face, right? Full face beliefs, like, beautiful, like, that's all you need to know. Full face beliefs, which is the modality by which, like, the space by which you say belief, right? And you articulate it over and over again, and you don't care who hears it, because you know it's a good one. Like, that's a nice thing with a belief. When it's a good belief, you don't care who hears it, because it's a good one. But man, you'll see somebody carrying a bad belief real quick, because if there's something you believe that you got to say under your breath, where did you get that? Where'd you get that? Probably shouldn't be carrying that. That seems kind of gross. That seems like kind of gross. And I feel like that's what I'm kind of seeing that's happening here. And I think that it's hard, because the truth is, like, I see somebody who was not always a hard person. Like, I see somebody who was not always a hard person, but somebody who had to go through a lot of trauma. And I keep on seeing that the hard thing about trauma, and again, when we don't heal from our trauma likes to point the finger to other people. You know, trauma loves pointing the finger and saying, like, that right there, that person right there, that's the reason that you're miserable. It's not me, it's that person. You know, rather than doing the work on the self. And I feel like the thing about it is, I feel like there's some kind of father wound connected to something here. I don't know what I'm seeing, but I feel like there's a father wound connected, because somebody has to recognize that if they don't believe the beliefs that their father held, then they would have to couch the fact that they recognize that their father was not that great a person. That happens sometimes, right? Sometimes it's those moments, like I keep on seeing, and it's interesting because it's coming through one of their guides. Sometimes it's one of those moments that says, the only way that I can keep this person in my life is if I ascribe to what they say, because if not, then I can't have any way, I can't have any way of holding them. Right? And that's not necessarily true, but I feel like I almost see somebody who's avoiding, like, I don't know where I'm seeing here, but I literally see a situation by which another person is working through something, by which they feel that either they connect to that person, right? By like unifying or feeling what they believe, because if they didn't, like, I keep on hearing, the estrangement would be complete and devastating. Like, if they didn't, I keep wondering, if they didn't believe something, then it would literally destroy. Like, if they didn't believe something that another person believed, then it would literally destroy their relationship to someone, because they would have to look at it and recognize that it was never healthy. It was just, I keep wondering, that something that another person was doing was not healthy. It was just them putting trauma upon trauma on them, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, there it is. There's an inner child wound here. And I keep on seeing the inner child wound is somebody who doesn't want to admit that they were traumatized, right? The unhealed inner child that does not want to admit that they're traumatized, but if they change their opinion on something, they have to admit that they were. It feels like somebody who was not held well. And the space by which they would have to look at something and say that something wasn't okay would be them having to admit that they never should have gone through it. And the moment that they have to admit that they should have gone through it, all of that trauma that they've been trying to bury would have to come roaring back to the surface, right? Sometimes, and this is the worst thing I see when others hold ugly beliefs, because it's the ugly belief that says, I need to believe this. Because if I don't believe this, what was all that about? If I don't believe this, what was all that about? Somebody who would literally have to reassess everything that happened to them in the space by which they observed that something wasn't okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're at 40.9K likes, friends. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Also, the list is open right now. So if you'd like to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. Great time if you don't want to have to wait. Excellent. Savvy, it's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. Oh, I know. I get it, dear. And thank you so much. That work from the follow. That work from home, Mama. Thank you for the follow. Oh, sending you support, Laurel. Controlling. Yeah, that's what I keep on seeing, right? And I keep on hearing when we trust each other, we're not controlling with each other. Makes me feel like I would be. Yeah, I get you. I was seeing that there. Yeah, in every direction there's a hard line. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was someone who was kind of evasive in terms of telling you how they feel about things, is what I see. Yeah, thank you for sharing the live, Chris. Ugh. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you. Welcome, Rico. Yeah, a really jaded lens. Yeah, it's easier to live in pretend than to admit. Yeah, it does. Like that. So that's the thing about, like, that's the truth, Laurel. When I read for energy like that, like it's like the reckoning. Like there's going to be a time by which they have to reckon that, but they're just, and they might even realize it, but they're putting it off, and it's damaging. It's damaging all of their relationships in the process. Absolutely. Hi there, Noor. Yeah, like that's. Yeah, I feel like I was seeing that a lot too, right? Because I wouldn't be surprised if someone's saying, like, you're like over that, and you're gonna be like, yeah, over that. They've never met someone like you before. Yeah, now I'm hearing the truth. I'm like, I don't like that exactly. But here's the thing about it: like, we can't. It's not our job to change each other's beliefs, right? Like, but sometimes when someone has, I keep wondering, when someone has beliefs that are antithetical to what we believe, it's okay for us to have to make that determination that it's best if we part ways. You know, I get it, and that's that. I keep on hearing that's you being mature, right? Like that's you being mature. Don't let them. Don't let them articulate that you're being immature. That is mature. But often when someone does that, like someone will articulate that you're being immature. Like don't like remember that's the mature decision. Yeah. Thank you. All right, we're going to continue right now. If anybody wants to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the photos, the live will be ending momentarily as we have reached our time limit there. But I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you would like to continue listening to the programming, we are still streaming live over on the place where we keep the videos and over on the Clock app. So you can make sure to give me a follow there. If you missed the Daily Collective, where you can also find it as a podcast right now over on Spot, and it's also up as over on my Stack. Also, I'd like to remind you that our next tarot class is this Friday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the wand suit. You still have time if you'd like to sign up for that class program. Your monthly subscription will give you access to over 9 hours material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And if you become a founding member, you'll have access to over 20 hours of material and a discounted rate on the full year's worth of readings. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And just a reminder, make sure to give me a follow there and make sure that you share this live, as once we get to 10,000 followers there, I'll be happy to offer memberships which will allow for free cards each day as well. I hope you guys have a great day. The live will be ending there shortly, and hopefully we'll see you across the other channels. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership also entitles you to a free one-card reading each day, as well as the discounted rate that we articulated for those who are super fans and subscribers. And that said, we are going to get started on one-card readings for our super fan and subscribers right now. So if you are a super fan or a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. First person, we are drawing 2 cards right now for Avatar. I feel like somebody wants to talk to you about something. Somebody's heard about you, or somebody wants to get some of your feedback. Somebody wants your opinion. Yeah, 10 of Cups in its reversal. This feels like a creative period for you. Like, listen, get yourself out there. Make introductions. Keep planting those seeds. Something's coming into fruition in a way that you're not expecting. Animal, Spirit, and Oracle, please. Adder, yeah, don't get frustrated. Sometimes things are coming into alignment in ways that we can't expect or anticipate. 1 card for Ava on Sisterhood, please. I feel like I see you like cultivating this right now in your actions, or being, I keep on hearing, being more intentional in relationality to building connections. Bottom of the deck with the Queen of Swords in its reversal. You know, the hard part about it is you can't have sisterhood with energy that's always in comparison mode, right? Like there's no sisterhood to be found with anyone who's always in comparison mode. So don't get frustrated if you're seeing that in another. Just let that help you kind of fortify your own direction. Yeah, especially with the Water Dragon. Let your interests guide you. Like, let your hobbies and let your interests guide you to that sisterhood. Because I don't know why, but I feel like I see you being in a space by which there isn't a heavy expectation to carry a conversation, but just being in presence with one another. I keep on getting, allowing for some kind of context of feeling that connection and building into the importance of that. Ella, 1 card, highest good for next steps, please. I feel like I see you being more generous about things, like taking a generous approach to things, or being more adaptable in relationality to something that you're working on doing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, give the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, right? If another person, like if another person is being weird, let them be weird, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like the observation or the understanding of effectively doing something, but not just trying to do something, but doing things in the best way possible. We don't rush, right? We don't rush a healthy process, right? We effectively identify and understand what it is that we're trying to do better. Animal, Spirit guide. Yeah, the blank manifestation. I feel like I see you creating something with another person in a better way, or having some kind of unique opinion on it, or keeping an open mind. Like, I feel like this is somebody articulating to keep an open mind in the situation. Don't assume things right now. One card aura for Laurel, please. You can't, listen, if another person is intimidated by you, that's not your responsibility. I know it can sometimes feel frustrating, but you can't help, like often, you know, the space by which, like the space by which we're intimidated is often amplified or recognized, like the way, like it, like sometimes energy is intimidated, and there's nothing we can do, like no matter how approachable we are, right? Like there's nothing reproachable about your approachability, right? If somebody needs to get over their own feelings of feeling intimidated, like they're, like I keep on getting their insecurity, like it's their insecurity, not yours. Don't let another person's insecurity affect the way that you feel about yourself. Thank you. Bridget, one card on them. Oh. You know, I feel like it's a type of energy that's trying to convince them that they're doing something harmless. Yeah, like King of God, like, you know, like it's giving me like King of, like it's like literally like I see somebody being like, this is harmless. Like if it's harmless, you say something, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Animal spirit, like Oracle. Yeah, the Earth Dragon, right? Like it's giving me a little bit of like, you know, I need to point this out. Often energy that's like, I'm just checking to see if you're okay. And you having to say to someone like, the quality of whether I'm okay, that your okayness is no longer their responsibility. You know? Like I like to point this out. When somebody, like it's weird, it's not okay when somebody is over invested on making sure that we're okay, because that's often the space by which another person is constantly like that is also boundary crossing, right? And someone being like, well, I was just making sure you're okay, being like, why would you think of it otherwise, right? Like it's a lot of that type of energy. Highest and best for Julia, please. Yeah, you know, I just keep on getting the same message. A good belief is one we say full in our chest. It's not something that we feel like, I keep on hearing, it's not something that we feel, don't let somebody, like, here's the thing, like, people are crazy, like, people are wild. People with, like, bad beliefs will build this persecution narrative, right? They'll be like, I knew you would persecute me for this. Being like, I should persecute you. That's a horrible thing to say. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like you have to say something. You know what I mean? Like the false persecution narrative of someone being like, I knew you would persecute me for this. And being like, well, maybe if you have an opinion that would create another person to feel revolted in having it, you should question whether you should be holding, like, why are you holding that? You know what I mean? Like animals, yeah, animal oracle, like it's like it's I can't with energy like that, you know? Like it's like somebody being like, nobody knows the trouble I've seen, being like, you, like it's not like nobody's persecuting you if you have like a good, if your intentions are good, then nobody's persecuting you for having beliefs about things. Energy typically is persecuted for their beliefs when they think something that is absolutely awful to think, right? Like, it's like right, like yeah, like for like it's like, oh my gosh, I can't with energy like that. One card on love for Tiff. I manifestation goal first. If someone can't talk to you about what they aspire for in relationship, end of conversation. Yeah, that's maturity. And again, we can talk about what we want without promising it to each other. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, don't let somebody be like, oh, you're rushing things. Like healthy, mature energy rushes things. Mature energy does not want to waste time. So don't let somebody try to make it feel like they're like you're not being cool for asking questions in relationality to the direction. Nothing is spoiled in talking about it. It makes sure that we're on the same page. Nicole, one card, highest priority from higher self, please. We got 2 cards coming out. Make sure that you're prioritizing rest. You know, you deserve rest too. And I feel like I see you doing something by which you're feeling bad for resting. Bottom of the deck, rest is not antithetical to work. Rest allows us to work even better, is what I keep on seeing. Animal oracle. Yeah, especially hind energy. You know, I always see this with energy. It's like perpetually working, right? Make sure that you take a little me time and understand that that me time is divine, okay? Let's get to 50K so Julia can win again. I adore this collective. We did get to 50K. Thank you, guys. Excellent. And thank you for getting on the live, Per. Getting on the list, Per. You'll be the next person read for. Guys, please make sure that you don't message people promising absurd things. Thank you. Woohoo! You're welcome, Ella. Marion, thank you for the follow. And guys, please pause on the 1 cards if you haven't posted it. We got back to personals and we got to do the 50K. Hold on a minute. 1 card for Minnie on why they would visit you. They want to get your opinion on something. Yeah. They recognize you've got a different point of view on things. Right? Like, I feel like it's somebody who values your opinion about something. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. Might not. I like to point this out. Stable energy. Like, stable energy will go to another person to say, like, is this thought bulletproof? Right? Like, it's the space by which they feel something and they want something, they want it reaffirmed in terms of making sure that there's something there that they're not missing, you know? Alexandra, 1 card for divine counterpart, 2 cards sticking the table. This is like this is what I keep on seeing. Somebody who has someone who is building up the courage to want to approach you about something is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like, again, I feel like they're completing something. They don't feel like the timing is right. Bottom of the deck, yeah. I feel like they don't want to blow some kind of opportunity to build a connection with you. So they're waiting for the right time. It doesn't feel negative. It feels like somebody with well-intentioned. Ruby, 1 card. I feel like I see somebody who's like super defensive. Like somebody trying to say, like, I can't be everywhere all the time. Is what I keep on getting. Like, I see somebody trying to articulate that you're supposed to be. Is what I keep on seeing, right? You know, I feel like there's something about them, right? Like, it says to me, like, the difference, I keep on hearing, like, the difference between having eyes on someone versus checking is like the difference between actively engaging, right? Animal spirit. Yeah, the salmon. Like, I almost feel like somebody in hyper defensive mode because they're like, oh, I knew you would get upset if I told you, or somebody being like, well, I should be upset, right? Like the space by which another person doesn't understand, right? I keep on hearing like the difference between, like, I see somebody taking like, oh, you know, this is just what happens, and being like, no, it's not what happens, right? It wouldn't happen if you were there to control something from happening. You know, they've got like a little bit more of this laissez-faire approach to something. Hi there, we got to 50K. Julia, highest and best, please. Wait, I feel like I already drew your, hold on. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold on a minute. I've got Erica here, one card. Are you thinking about a specific connection? I feel like I see somebody, it feels like somebody talking to someone spiritually. Yeah. You know, it feels more like somebody, it feels more like it, I'm not seeing, I feel like it's somebody who's trying to like build a connection with someone who like feel like believes the things that they believe is what I keep on seeing, or having someone to like it doesn't feel like there's something nefarious going on there. Animal, yeah, especially with the otter, you know, like I feel like I don't know why I keep on getting somebody who like shares a hobby or someone who shares an interest that they themselves have. It feels like someone pursuing an interest, but it feels like an interest. Um, like it feels more. It's like it actually feels more esoteric. To be perfectly honest, is a word that keeps on coming towards me. I have that face. Yep, you're welcome, Bridget. Yeah, no, exactly. You understand what I was talking about there, Julia. Yeah. Highest priority. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sending you support. I feel like you're very right about that ego issue that you talked about. Because, and I'll tell you right now, the way you know that is when somebody, if they start reacting and saying you're being immature, remember you are the mature one. You're welcome, Nicole. You're welcome, Ruby. Okay, I've got Minnie and Per on the list right now. So again, the listed, please hold if you haven't posted your one cards. We've got two more openings today before the list will be closed. Coquillage. I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings, so I've got two more spots today. So it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers if you'd like to get on the list. And Bird, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Nicole. Mm-hmm. So it's the same thing, Bird. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to draw cards for you. Excellent. And Chris, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, dear. Nicole, if you want to get on the list, absolutely. I've got 2 more spots today if you'd like to secure one, and then the list will be closed. Nicole, thank you for getting on the list. And we've got 1 more spot today before the list will be closed. Thank you for the compliment, Noctor. All right, the next person we're reading on today, you're so welcome, Ava. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, as I mentioned. Oh, for 50K, thank you, Nicole. I appreciate you reminding me. Before we continue, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. So I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 65. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Mhm. Wow, I must have picked a good one. Bridget. What have I done? Wow, I must have nailed it to the wall today. Polo. There we go. Wait. Everybody stop. I seen it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it before. Because there was a lot of card numbers coming through. I think that was it. Mm-hmm. Just checking. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was it. Yep. Yep. All right. Congratulations, Ella. You got it. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Congratulations. That'll be available starting tomorrow. And Per, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. In the meantime, as I mentioned, we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 47. Let's do a read on the soul family. I got you, dear. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the cat. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up her here. We're doing a soul family reading. Guys, make sure to give her some love. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we kind of talked about some of the hurdles previously. So you have to understand that one of the reasons that we want to work through a lot of our karmic hurdles is the fact that they help us return back to our soul family. And the thing I keep on identifying here, and this is why we've had a lot of those conversations that we've navigated in relationality to what happened in a past life. Because I have to bring up, in order to help identify what's bringing you closer to soul family in this life, we have to go back to what potentially occurred in that past one. Specifically because I keep on seeing a lot of the work that your counterpart, your divine counterpart's been doing in your dream space is helping you recognize the shape by which they energetically love you. And the thing about it is I just keep on hearing that that person, like that energetic connection, does not hesitate to tell you how incredible they think you are, is what I keep on seeing. Like without, like I keep on hearing they would sing your praises from the rafters. And the fact, if I say that right now, and that makes you want to run from the hills, for the hills, then that is what we're talking, like that is why we see that they've got so much, such a desire to help you recognize or be energetically ready for the fact that I keep on hearing the fact that they're going to be very efflusive in relationality to talking about how wonderful they think you are. And I keep on seeing the problem with this, and it's not your fault, but you've got a bit of a karmic scar here. And the reason I keep on seeing that you've got a very complicated karmic scar has to do with the fact that this same energy had to broke a connection with you in a past life because they were defending your honor. And the hard part about it is, I feel like, again, I've told you this energy is very stubborn. They're as stubborn as you are. They would do that again. They would do it twice. They would do it again and again and again and again without any, I keep on hearing, without any consideration, without blinking twice, without thinking twice. The thing about it is, like, if you're hoping when you meet this person that they will have found the error, they would have corrected the error of their ways, I'm getting like solid no. Like a solid no. They're like, no. That's just the type of person they are. Because I just keep on seeing a situation by which they won't tolerate. Like, I see somebody not tolerating another person, like speaking poorly or speaking badly about you. The one thing I think that I see them learning, and I feel like they're learning this now, they're learning what it means. They're understanding and learning what it means to be antagonized. And the thing about it, and this is the hard part about it, is, you know, and I feel like this is the one thing that's going to kind of help. Like, it's the fact that they are maturing, because I almost see a situation by which they're currently being antagonized. And I want you to understand that okay, I need to walk through something I'm seeing here, which is, remember how I articulated that I see the fact that this person is moving away from a relationship by which they tried to do everything they could to help someone until another person blamed them for their unhappiness? Like, I literally see a situation, I've got a 5-year relationship here that somebody was working through, that everything they did, they were tireless in terms of trying to make another person's dreams come true. And another person has turned to them and tried to articulate the fact that they've been standing in their way in some way. And I literally see a situation where someone's walking away from them, and this person is trying to twist the situation. And one of the ways I see that they're trying to twist the situation is, I feel like I see them kind of going towards somebody's circle and trying, and like I keep on seeing, like it's almost like I keep on hearing this, like they're going through a knife twist moment, because another person is effectively trying to turn energy against them. But I keep on seeing the reason that they're trying to turn energy against them is, and I feel like I see it backfiring, right? I see it backfiring because it's the energy that potentially is identifying or articulating to another, right? All the ways that another person hurt them, by which another person says, like, all I've ever seen was the fact that you were saying that, like you were holding some kind of point of gratitude in terms of the fact that they were helping you. And so the hard part about it is I literally see somebody right now who's trying to play, who has no choice but to try to facilitate damage control, which is a space by which they're going to others. And I keep on seeing them say, like, I feel like they keep on having these moments where someone's coming towards them and saying, like, I really feel uncomfortable telling you this, but I feel like you need to know. And I literally see this energy saying to others right now, pay no attention, like they're saying to them, like they need help, is what I keep on seeing. Right? And I feel like that is the one thing that they're healing, because I feel like the one thing that they're identifying that's helping to resolve something between you is they're not saying, they're recognizing a situation by which they're telling others not to defend their honor. They're telling others not to defend their honor. They're telling them, I hope they get the help they need. And that is how they're resolving it on their side. They're not looking at something, nobly. They're looking at something compassionately. And so I feel like that this is the shape by which you're going to find your soul family, because I see that this person has a large amount of people connected to them. And the one thing that they're learning is, I keep on getting the one thing that they're learning right now, who their authentic soul family is, right? They're learning right now who their authentic soul family is, because they're recognizing someone who's potentially trying to besmirch them when they've been doing nothing but trying to help someone. And the modality by which another person, like the space by which another person is literally telling them, and then they're heeding what they're asking them to do, which is saying, like, just, I keep on seeing them say, like, just, I'm sorry that you're going through that. And they're saying, like, I'm sorry too. And they're saying, I hope they get help. And they're going, I hope they get help too. Like, that is what's fortifying their energetic relationships right now. Because I see some situations where energy is distancing themselves. And in the moment or the situation by which they distance themselves, they're seeing everything they need to know. And I keep on getting, they're having both of those experiences happening. They're having energy that's coming towards them and telling them what another person's saying, and they're saying thank you. And then they're seeing energy that's avoiding them, and they know more about it than that person ever knows, and the fact that they're avoiding, because they know what the people, those who are close to them, are saying, that the person is saying. So I feel like that, and you doing the work in terms of being able to be held in that way, is what's also fortifying that energetic connection. Because I see that when you come into contact with this person, like it's almost like there's a soul family, like, in connection to them, that is also becoming your soul family, because it's the energy that is simultaneously holding you as preciously as they hold you. And even in the space by which you find them, they will also be hurting, because they're going to feel like they're in recovery from seeing someone who they know, in their heart is a good person, having been treated so badly in a situation by which they were perpetually trying to help another person. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the and I gotta make a note on this. This is hold on. This is wild. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do I have a book for you already? Hold on. One sec. I gotta write this down. No. One sec. Yeah, this is important. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Is it? I have a book for you somewhere. Mm-hmm. Yeah. One sec. I just need to get this down. Mm. Yep. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Absolutely. All right. Excellent. You're so welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. All right, the next person that we are reading for today is Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I mean, you'll also have first priority in your reading tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the rest of the collective. Excellent. And Dee, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome as well, Mom. Hold on, just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. No, and I think that it's important too because I feel like there's something about the connection to your cat that is helping you. Like I feel like they're helping you perceptually to be able to recognize or understand. Like they're helping in that work as well. Like that's why you keep on seeing them in the dream space, overseeing things. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, that's so cool. You're in Moab. Moab is awesome. Very cool. Excellent. Hi there from Ghana. So, no, I don't think it's a situation. It's not the space by what, no, here's the thing about it that's important. It's not that, like, this is the one thing that's changing around that. It's not the space by which, like, I keep on seeing the one thing that's helping them to heal right now is understanding, like, what they're learning is that they would always defend you, but you can't, like, when somebody is sick, then defending doesn't fix the sickness. Is what I keep on. They're understanding that when you defend, all you do is feed the sickness. Like that's what they're learning. They're recognizing the fact that the while they would never stop to defend you, that they're recognizing that when you defend, when someone's being sick and you defend, then you just feed the sickness. Like that's what they're learning right now. That's helping them get closer to you. It was some very good tea. Yeah. No, it's a big learning moment for them. Absolutely. Yeah, it's connected. Like I feel like they've got a I don't know why I keep on, they've got a very robust soul family around them. And I keep on getting something about it is getting refined right now. That's amazing, Per. You're so welcome, dear. Yep. I just ordered more too. Hi there, Minnie. Excellent. Thank you. General section of the disco. And so as I mentioned, friends, the list is closed today. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. And let me just get to general here before we continue right now. Ooh, we're doing Akashic. Fun. All right. Got you. All right. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up Minnie here. Outside T. Welcome, Munia. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, feel free to correct me. Akashic reading. I seek to understand the energetic bridge between my partner's soul work and my own. What shared wisdom are we meant to anchor together, and how does our union serve as a foundation for our individual growth? What a beautiful question. Can I get 4 cards, please? You know, something I'm seeing here between you and them, it feels like it has something to do that's very important in relationality to unified rest. And I want to point out, rest is interesting because when you enjoy what you do, you don't work a moment in your life. When you truly enjoy what you do, you don't work a moment in your life because it's the work that you joyfully do that gives work meaning. And I'm not sure what you do, and I'm not sure what they do, but I almost feel like I see you and them having had some kind of departure point, potentially moving away from something. I keep on hearing like some kind of situation by which you moved away from something and others were saying to you, like, what are you doing? And you having to say to them, being like, this is not, like I see somebody being like, why are you going that direction? And you being like, this is not satisfying. And someone saying like, well, what does satisfaction have to do with it? And you basically being like, everything, you being like, everything is what I keep on seeing. And so I think that that's really important because I feel like to a certain extent you found each other at a very weird moment, because I feel like at the moment that you found each other, you were prioritizing your joy. And even in the space of that, others potentially looking at you and saying like why are you making that choice, or why are you moving in that direction? And I just keep on having you to like, I wanted, like, I feel like I see you and them saying almost at this exact moment, like, there's got to be more than this, or some kind of feeling of saying to someone, like the understanding that everything should not begin or end depending on how many zeros are on a paycheck, is what I keep on seeing. The hard part about it, like the one thing I identify here in relationality to the energetic bridge, I feel like in a way the bridge itself, right? And I keep on hearing the fact that you guys made that step is how you found each other. And now you're building that bridge for one another, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I keep on getting the space by which you're potentially making choices and another person is encouraging you to make them, is the space by which I keep on seeing you're building that bridge right now based upon mutual encouragement, which is the space by which you're identifying and recognizing, right? I feel like the space by which I see you both navigating is working through or recognizing the energetic hurdles that are requiring you to be able to ascertain or work into what it is that you need to do. Because, and I want to kind of describe that, and this is what I like about it too, is like I see them more in the Ram energy right now. So I'm not sure about why I'm like, the thing about the Ram energy is like I see somebody who feels like they've reached, like I want to describe like some kind of comfortability point, is what I keep on hearing. They've reached a breach. And the reason I keep on getting they've reached a breach is because they've finally reached some point where they're able to have a little bit of breathing room, is what I keep on seeing. And so I keep on seeing that their understanding of that breathing room is what they feel that they can effectively provide to you, is what I keep on seeing. Because it does feel like it is some kind of energy that feels in one way, I want to describe it as indispensable. But like the reason I keep on getting indispensable is the energy. Like I almost see somebody like saying like, whatever you need, like I'm at the ready, right? Or we're gonna make it work. Or somebody who's paying a lot of attention to the environment by which they feel that you fully thrive. And I feel like there's something important there as it relates to creativity too, because I don't know, like I feel like the thing about it is you've inspired them to go back into some kind of pathwork of learning, right? So I almost see somebody who was like pushing very hard on things before they met you, right? And now potentially having some kind of observation in terms of what you do that is making them take a different view in terms of their own direction, or like something that they hadn't considered before as a pathwork open to them, is what I keep. And it's funny too, because I almost hear them saying that they swore something off before they met you, but now they're seeing the energetic appeal to it. For your perspective, it's interesting because I feel like the energy, their energy is making you feel more industrious, is what I keep on seeing, which is the mentality by which you're in energetic connection with them, and you're not looking at things, in a static way, but the space by which you're observing and recognizing new opportunities that you hadn't seen before. And I keep on seeing new opportunities in relationality to, how do I describe this? Connections, or the ability to, I don't know why I keep on hearing events, but like the opportunity of recognizing or identifying the way of doing something in a much bigger way that allows for, I just keep on seeing like this is you stepping out of your comfort zone, right? Like this is the hard part about it, which is like here's you in your comfort zone, and this is them encouraging you to step out of it, right? So I feel like that's almost like that, like that's like, I feel like that is where you are effectively learning to build that bridge, because that is a space by which you are learning to get more comfortable being uncomfortable, recognizing that it brings you to brings you both into a deeper sense of comfortability. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the Knight of Wands, you know, I feel like the thing that's important about this is I feel like I see both of you being very hyper independent, right? And sometimes the thing with hyper independence is making sure that you're on the same page in terms of what plans are, or getting better at circling up upon plans, or getting better at being able to articulate what those plans are. I feel like I see a lot of those experiences by which, like, I feel like the hard part with you both is like working through communication, because, you know, and I want to point this out, right? Having a healthy conversation as to whether things are moving in the direction of that unified future is often the space where you're not bothering each other, right? Because you're not bothering each other, you're building together. And so the space by which you potentially articulate to them what feels like healthy building, I feel like you're both getting better at having conversations by which you're working to heal via the avoiding or working through old traumas. Like, that's the hardest thing I see between you both, is you've got some kind of wounds. You've got some kind of wounds related to related to others making you, you've got a lot of wounds related to others making you feel like having a hard time talking. I want to keep on saying, like, lean into the hard conversation. The hard conversation becomes normalized every time you have it, it gets a little bit easier. So make sure that you're not avoiding hard conversations. Make sure that you're fortifying yourself to have those discussions, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Mia, thank you for the follow. The list today, Munia, is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. We're also still doing 1-card readings for super fans, so if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw cards for you as well. Yeah, you're both Aries moons. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's the alignment point. Like, you're giving each other that mutual encouragement to follow your dreams. Yeah, very much. We both want to prioritize more fulfilling work. That was me. I abruptly left my last job, and I'm now working somewhere more chill. Hi there, Bongi. These are donation-based readings, and the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for if you send the donation today. You can also become a super fan, and you can have a free 1-card pulled today. Thank you, Linda, for those heart me's. Excellent. I like that. I'm going to meditate on unified rest. And thank you, Ken, for the follow. Thank you again for the follow. Absolutely. I love this, motivating each other. I see a lot of different doors we can open together. Yeah, he definitely helps me with that. You're so welcome, dear. In relationality to a pet in the past life, you know, we can talk about, there's something interesting. I feel like this is the first opportunity that you both are having to work in accordance with one another. You know, and we could dive into that deeper on in a past life reading. Allison, thank you for the follow. And Jody, thank you for the follow as well. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else, as I mentioned, the list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have priority. And if you would like to have a 1-card pull today, your superfan status entitles you to a 1-card. Second call for Nicole. Hi, dear. Excellent. Okay, I need to step away before we continue this reading. I'll be right back and then we'll get started. Thank you. Here, I'll put some music on while we wait. There, can you guys hear that? All right, I'll be back. All right. Where were we? I feel like I'm on a spaceship. I love it. All right, let's get to it. I need to take a moment to read this because it might be sensitive. So if you guys could do me a favor, here's a hearth warmer for you while we wait. I feel like I'm on a spaceship is my favorite. Excellent. Perfect. And so a hearth warmer before we continue. What is something you're actively working on creating right now in your life? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I got you, dear. It feels like we're doing an angelic. All right. So what I'm basically seeing around a circumstance or situation is there's something important to be stated with the recognition of someone being on notice is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing, never underestimate the power of someone being on notice. And when I say never underestimate the power of someone being on notice, is recognizing and understanding that in the space by which you bring something to another's attention, then you articulate upon the fact that others are attentive to it too. And so I want you to kind of recognize or realize that right now, because I feel like it's interesting. There's a very specific angelic that is around this situation. And the articulation that they're basically stating is never underestimate the power of, I need to write this down. Like they're saying, never underestimate the power of another person being on notice, because that basically articulates the fact that someone is looking out or watching for something, is what I keep on seeing. And there's something very, I feel like there's something very viable and important there. And I feel like a lot of that importance is the space by which you've already done the work. If you've brought something to another's attention, then you've already done the work of creating that attention, that protection. Even, I keep wondering, even if it's come at the cost of potentially making a relationship more difficult to navigate. Because I feel like this is, you have to look at it in the space by which you are giving someone the right tools, right? Like you're literally in the space by which you hand somebody everything they need to do something effectively, right? You give something, this is like, I keep on seeing, like the space by which you give someone everything they need to do something effectively. And then you say, okay, let's see what you do with it, right? And so I want you to kind of be conscientious of that, because something about you bringing another person's tendencies to attention, something about you articulating upon experiences that you've had with them, I keep on seeing that, like it says to me, I don't know if there was some kind of conversation between you and another person about revisiting something, but we revisit things. I just keep on saying we revisit to see how something is going, right? We only revisit things to see how things are going, which is if there's something here, if there's a revisit, it's not a full decision, right? If it's a revisit, it's not a full decision, because it's the observation of effectively understanding that you're going to see what's happening in the time intervening that allows for a firmer decision to be made. And I feel like there's something very important about that, specifically and particularly in relationality to how others feel about something. And I keep on seeing there's the difference, right? The most that we can do to take care of one another is to make each other aware and to energetically prepare, right? And when we're making each other aware and we're energetically preparing, then we're in the space by which we are very conscientious of being able to articulate to another that making sure that the same quality, right, the same quality of care that one is receiving is the same thing that it feels like it's energetically proportional for what they are finding. So I feel like, remember, don't underestimate the power that you've given someone, especially if you yourself were empowered enough to make a decision in terms of what feels strong and fortified. Because I keep on seeing you're effectively giving, what you're doing right now is the energy around you, you're empowering the energy around you to make their own determination. And when you empower the energy around you to make their own determination, it's not the space by which you articulate to them upon the fact that you yourself are worried, but the modality by which you articulate to them that the worry that they should never be, right? So make sure that you're doing the work to, I keep wondering, make sure that you are doing the work to contain your worry while simultaneously being hyper attenuated to theirs. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly, and like with the World card, I know it's really hard because I see the fact that there's something here that isn't the way that you would ideally prefer it. But understand, like I keep on seeing the valuation point, right? The valuation point of energetic preference is the space by which, like, healthy energy can always recognize and identify the shape of care in their experience, right? And the shape of care that we often attenuate in our experience is being able to see the energetic effort that others put into us, right? It's not the space by which we identify, right? It's not the space by which we articulate or we try to balance. But you have to understand, I keep on saying, trust the awareness. Like, trust the awareness of the energy around you to be able to see the force of care in their experience, right? Because as long as you're prioritizing that force of care, then the space by which you don't create conflict in terms of your worry about whether another person can deliver it, but rather just the observation as to whether they are, let that observation fortify and direct your action, right? Because that's the space by which you say to someone, you're giving them, like what you're giving them right now is the greatest gift, which is the benefit of the doubt, which is the space by which you're saying to another person, right? Even if you have doubts, right? You're giving them the opportunity to prove that those doubts are not warranted. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these experiences, who need these readings, to also be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It was a very specific guide that was coming through on that. Nicole, I'm going to do a little bit of exploration on it, and I'm going to get back to you because I need to get a better understanding as to why that guide was specifically coming through. But if you want to ask me later, I can try to give you more information on it. And thank you so much, dear. And if this message also connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. And thank you, EXO, for the follow. I have some books coming today, so there's going to be a bunch of new books that are arriving tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of them. I'm actively creating dinner. I love that, though. That's wonderful. Excellent. Thank you for understanding. I know it's very difficult, but that's why I feel like the guide that was coming through on it is very rigid, which is why it was so intriguing, because it says to me it's actually a guide connected. The guide that I'm seeing is connected to the departed energy, is what I keep on getting. The guide that was coming through was connected to the departed energy that's working with you on their behalf, is what I keep on getting. You're laughing. I like the music. I can pick different sounds. Yep. I feel like I'm doing all I possibly can. And that's what I mean. That is the gift that you're giving, right? And even now you're giving someone the gift of the benefit of the doubt, right? Thank you for confirmation. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in these messages. Exactly. Absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I would like to do a soul family reading. Yep, I got you. Well, I was going to say, yeah, it's a good one. Excellent. We're going to, before we continue right now, I am going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. We've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Four cards. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting because I feel like there's something that I see that you and another person are going through right now. You're mutually iconoclastic. And the thing about it is iconoclastic energy is very lonely. Like iconoclastic energy it's incredibly lonely stuff. You know, because and the thing about it, like, that often happens is and it's interesting too. I don't want to go so far as to say that you are like, I keep on hearing unencroachable is sometimes the same as unapproachable, which is, I feel like there's a lot of energy around you that would love to be close to you, but literally has no idea how to talk to you, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like there's something about like, I keep on getting, you're very, very quick, is what I keep on seeing. And sometimes the thing about being quick is that when you're quick, sometimes you catch, sometimes when you're quick, you catch others off guard. And I can literally see you saying to somebody I know I can see that it's coming from an absolutely harmless place. But the thing about it is, when we're energetically quick, and I want to point this out, when we're too quick, I'll just describe this. When we're too quick around insecure energy, then the hard part is the energy is too busy trying to figure out what we meant by something to be able, that can often create the space by which we feel energetically awkward, right? And it's like, it's a lot of that, like, I keep on getting, like, and I feel like there's something about that, because I see, like, and that's what's interesting about it, because I see a bunch of energy that glows. Like, I feel like I see energy that looks at you and says, like, oh, they're great. Like, but even in the space by which they're great, like, you're great, like, I feel like there's something about the energy having a hard time keeping up with you or keeping pace with you, in terms of, I keep wondering, in terms of how quickly, in terms of how quickly you catch on and you move on to things, which is often, like, I keep on seeing that could potentially And that's not, I need to stress this, that's not a negative thing. I often see that with those that have some kind of Gemini placement in a communication house. I don't know what's in your 7th house placement, but like that's often like I keep on like I feel like it is something related to the 7th house there, because I just keep on seeing that it has to do with a little bit of that energy. The counterpart, your counterpart, has the same problem, but it's not a problem. I just see the fact that they keep a very, very tight circle. And that's why I see them being very, very covetous of their circle. Very, very covetous, like of their circle. And in the space by which I'm identifying something there is the space by which I feel like they found energy. They found energy very early on. They found energy very early on that made them feel at home. And I keep on hearing they found energy very early on that made them feel at home, and they never let go of it, is what I keep on getting. They were like Voltron, is what I keep on hearing. And the space by which I keep on hearing they were like Voltron is like the space by which they, like them and a group of friends were like, our powers combined, like we can make we can make something that's really sublime, is what I keep on seeing. And the hard part about it is I feel like when I said you're finding each other at a very awkward moment, they've lost that. It's gone. And it's not technically gone. I need to stress this. It's not that it's not technically gone, but it feels like it's been very heavily damaged right now, specifically and particularly because I told you that a situation has been happening around them that they had no control over, but they realized that the only thing they could do to protect the energy that they cared about was to put distance around something that they loved, right? And they understand. I keep on seeing, like, I literally see a situation by which no one is blaming them at all. Like, I keep on hearing it was completely unavoidable, but it's still very difficult, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is the beauty of potentially you and another person coming to heal together, because I feel like it's the space by which you energetically find one another, that I see that you are getting better at pushing out of your comfort zone, which is potentially seeking, right? Seeking opportunities to forge new energetic connections, right? Looking for others. I keep on hearing, looking for others that can keep pace with you, that you don't feel like you have to explain things to, but energy that just gets it, is what I keep on hearing. The difference between feeling like you have to explain yourself perpetually versus energy that just says, I know exactly what you mean. And I feel like that is what's helping you find that soul family. And in the modality by which you're doing that, you are also going to find them, because they are going to feel very estranged. And the reason I see that they're feeling very estranged is because they have not had to make, I keep on hearing, it's very different. An energy that gets us, they have a very strong 4th house placement that's now in detriment. And a strong 4th house placement, when you're trying to make friends and you've got a strong 4th house placement, you've got the home court advantage, which is the modality by which, it's like, the best way I can describe it is like, it's like where everybody knows your name, right? It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to make friends when everybody knows your name, right? Because it's like everybody, it's the space by which you have the confidence of being in an environment where you already feel energetically stable and secure. This is where you're going to find them at a vulnerability point that's going to feel very much like they are working to heal an inner child wound, because they now feel like they've regressed back to who they were before they found those energetic connections. So I feel like in a way, there's something really beautiful about you coming into soul family connection, because it's going to feel a little bit like healthy parenting. That for them, right, for them, it's going to be the arrival point of someone who effectively, I keep on hearing, it's not that you replace what they left behind, but you make them find a deeper sense of home, because it helps them understand that they're not, that what they like, that they are not effectively alone, but in fact that there's a relationship that can make them, that they can have all the joys that they had with those, but also with the intimacy, while simultaneously for you being able to have a relationship with someone who doesn't misunderstand you, or who you don't feel like you always have to over explain yourself to. Somebody who just feels like they're going to just immediately get it. And I keep on seeing that together, like together you guys are also going to continue to forge out into finding energy that also gets it, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, keep on seeking. Keep on stepping out of that comfort zone, right? Because I keep on seeing, especially, and the way you know you need to step out of your comfort zone is if you feel like you're in an environment, and here's the hard part, it's not that the environment that you're in is terrible, but when somebody, when we feel like we have to spend more time explaining ourselves versus being naturally understood, then often it's the space by which we understand that the ability to be uncomfortable helps us find those who might understand us better. So be very conscientious about that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is now closed, but I am going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. What are you taking back? I missed it. Hold on. Hard stuff first, yeah. I don't know those words. I need to Google iconoclastic. I'm definitely intimidating. Well, it's not. No, it's not that you're intimidating. You're iconoclastic. Iconoclastic. It's not that you're. It's not that you're intimidating, but it could be. It's the space by which another person might have a hard time keeping pace with you. Yeah, I've been told that, which is so silly. Yep. Oh, thank you, Minnie. Let me know what it says. Rule breaker. Apparently it's rebel. Yeah. Bridge is too fast. Yes. Gemini in 7th house, Sagittarius rising. I think Aquarius is in my 7th. Okay, that would make sense too. But I would be very conscientious when you meet this person what their 7th house placement is. Yeah. It's a different type of communication I'm seeing. It's like it's higher concept. Yeah. I feel bad. Yeah. I'm totally comfortable going out of my comfort zone now, but I'm not. But that's the thing about it, you have to work towards that approachability. Yeah. Excellent. Hi there, Brianna. So we already did the free reading today. We had it earlier today. You can find it over as a podcast over on Spot, and you can also find it on the place where we keep the videos. Yes. We also offer free 1 cards each day to anyone who's a super fan. A deeper sense of home. Nice. Yes, searching for friends together. Someone said, what do I bring to the table today? And I said, I bring the whole house. That's beautiful. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. No, that's what I'm seeing. Like, I feel like it's interesting too, because I kept on getting a strong indication of that, which is something coming through about that, because it's something, it's interesting because it's working through, like, it's working through someone being like, do you understand? And being like, yeah, but they're only understanding on one level is the best way I can describe it. Yeah. All right, my friends, final call right now for anybody who is a super fan or a subscriber who has not had a card pulled yet today, who would like their free one card. If anybody would like to become a super fan, you just need to hit that orange icon at the bottom of the screen if you're joining us on the Clock app, and you'll be able to become a super fan and receive that free one card. Also, for those who are following us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there also entitles you to a free one card if you'd like to become a paid member as well. For anybody who became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. If you would like to join, just go ahead and send me a disco gif during this reading, during this live, or after this live, and I will send you an invite to the disco. Make sure that you introduce yourself to the collective there. You'll also find there a special coupon code that in the perk section that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Friday, it's April 17th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with the court cards in the wand suit. You still have time to join if you'd like to. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be read for tomorrow and have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective, go ahead and send your donation today and you'll have first priority tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much for those roses, Bridget. I appreciate you.